I could be brown, I could be blue, I could be violet sky, I could be hurtful, I could be purple, I could be anything you like. I could be brown, I could be blue, I could be violet sky, I could be hurtful, I could be purple, I could be anything you like. I could be brown, I could be blue, I could be violet sky, I could be hurtful, I could be purple, I could be anything you like. I could be brown, I could be blue, I could be violet sky, I could be hurtful, I could be purple, I could be anything you like. I could be brown, I could be blue, I could be violet sky, I could be hurtful, I could be purple, I could be anything you like. I could be brown, I could be blue, I could be violet sky, I could be hurtful, I could be purple, I could be anything you like.
You're watching Poindexter Lounge. You already know. You're watching Poindexter Lounge for the unity.
Why don't you set aside an hour or two? We'll have a few drinks and a cup of coffee. I don't drink.
Hi, you're watching Poindexter Lounge. I'm choking on chicken.
Hey, you're watching Poindexter.
That's great. I don't.
You are watching Poindexter Lounge.
That's great. I don't.
You are watching Poindexter. Thanks for the lights, Jay. Roger, Rose, and Call of Duty. I smell like onions and you're watching Poindexter.
That's great. I don't.
And now I'll make the point better. This joint's clever. In the lounge with Poindexter. So Poindexter Lounge, you know that we can get it in. And now I'm headed up like I'm Led Zeppelin.
Hi, you're watching Poindexter Lounge. Do you like nerd stuff? Yeah? Then you'll love this. You never know what might happen or who might show up at the lounge.
I just want to thank you for being here and being my friend. It's always good to have someone you could count on. And I'm glad you're that for me.
That's great. I don't.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I please have your attention? I've just been handed an urgent and horrifying news story. And I need all of you to stop what you're doing and listen. Cannonball!
Poindexter, you're getting all excited.
Yo, 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 what is up, nerd family? Welcome once again to the Poindexter Lounge. My name is Enosh, aka Enosh Vet, but y'all already know that if you've been around here for a minute. But hey, if for some reason you haven't been here before and this is your first time to the lounge, welcome to the lounge. Welcome. My name is Enosh. It is great to have you here, and we hope that you stick around. We hope that you stop by more often, that you find this place to be a place of refuge. A place of fun, a place where we don't take ourselves so seriously. And, but you know what? We talk about stuff for sure. Stuff that's going on in pop culture, things like TV shows, movies, games, sci-fi, fantasy, comic books, superheroes, toys, and so much more. And if those are things that you are into, if those are things that get you going, if those are things that get your blood boiling, then hey, hit that subscribe button, all right? So that you're here, so that you're around for what we do, all right? And then also, we do have cool things like we do have we've got a Discord. Whoops. I was trying to copy it and it would not allow me to. That's weird. Come on, allow me to do it. So I'll post that right now. Join our Discord. It's going to be the best Discord that you've ever joined. I will just have to say, it's a lot of fun, and you're going to want to be a part of it. So there's so many channels on our Discord, one for everything. If you can't find something that you like on our Discord, I don't know what to tell you. You're just not into pop culture or fun stuff. I mean, there's literally something for everyone and everything. So join our Discord. There is the link. It's now in the chat. And hey, hit that subscribe button. Also, if you would, before you leave tonight, make sure to give this video a like. Just tells YouTube that we're here and, that somebody's watching, right? Helps us get in the algorithm because that's what it's all about, kiddos. It's the mighty algorithm that we all bow down to. Because without the algorithm, nobody even knows you're here. That's just how it works. But hey, we're glad that you're here tonight, and we got some stuff to talk about. It's going to be interesting. I got some great panelists. But first of all, of course, I do want to say a shout out to all of our supporters. Thank you all so very much. Thank you to everyone in the Patreon, I should say, all those who are patrons. Be looking forward to this week. There'll be some exclusive content just for you and the members. Thank you to all the members. Check them out there as they go up there. Woo! Look at them go. Look at them go, all racing to the end there. And love the members, love the patrons, love all of you. Movie Madness Entertainment there at the end there. And of course, everyone who gives super chats, you guys are so appreciated. You guys don't even know. I appreciate you all so very much. And so thankful. And of course, if you just want to donate to the channel in any way and get maybe some special recognition, if you do it this way, there are some links down there for the Cash App and the PayPal. And of course, then also, hey, go get you some merch. Go get you some fun Poindexter Lounge merch. Wear the Poindexter Lounge out so people go, what is a Poindexter? What is that? So people can know exactly what that is and have some fun doing it. All right. And so tell people and show people what it's all about. We got some great designs there and some more on the way. And so check all of those out. Now, tonight we got a great topic, I think, and it may be something different than what you were thinking it is. Because look, I put this out here to the people in my chat. Like, you know, I've got this fun little chat that we have, and they saw this, and immediately, I think that some people assumed what they thought it was going to be about tonight, and that's fine. That's fine. But it's going to be a couple of things. We are going to talk about Grace Randolph and the things that she said. And look, I'm not going to sit here and act like I agree with Grace Randolph and the things that she said. I know that there's some of my friends who do agree with Grace Randolph. And there's some people who think that we should just let it all go. Let Zack Snyder's Justice League go. Let Zack Snyder's let the Snyderverse go. Let it all just die. And look, just because Grace Randolph says something does not mean it's the end all be all. So we're going to talk about Grace Randolph's comments, but then along with Grace Randolph's comments, I'm going to stir the pot a little bit tonight. I want to talk about scoopers in general. Scoopers have been something on this channel that we don't really do. We don't have a lot of scoopers on. There's been a couple of times that scoopers have made their way onto the channel. And that's fine. If you guys remember back in the day, I'll be honest with you, when I first kind of came into the Snyderverse scene, you know, I was actually on Lightcast. I was asked to be on Lightcast, and they interviewed me. Now, Lightcast has become a source of contention for a lot of people. Lightcast is gone now. They have completely, you know, disappeared off of the face of the earth, as far as, you know, the social media platforms and whatnot. And, you know, and that's fine. But I will say this, like, you know, Matt shared scoops back then, you know, and we were like, okay, that's cool, you know, whatever. I've always been one of these people that scoops are cool. It is fine to speculate. I love to speculate about the things that I love. I mean, that's one of the things that draws us together as nerds, is to speculate over the things that we love. Where I start to have issue, though, is when those speculators, those scoopers, start using that as a powerful tool to control people or to manipulate people. We talk about Doomcock a lot on here. That, look, Doomcock is definitely a manipulator. He is somebody that takes, he says that he has scoops or sources or whatever, when it's obviously a lie. You look at people like Mike Zero, which I've kind of said has been benign for the longest time. But, you know, I'll even say then that it's not so benign. It's not so benign when you're using something towards negativity and it's obviously full of crap. I will say this to scoopers. I don't have anything personally against scoopers. I would tell you this: you need to not put your trust in scoopers. And it really doesn't matter who they are. You know, I don't have an agenda to go after, you know, somebody in particular or anything like that. And look, there's some people that I'm sure that are scoopers that have that maybe have some contacts, you know, they've got some people on the inside that they talk to every once in a while. We all have somebody that we've heard things from, You know, I have in the past. I've had some people that have shared some information with me about different things on the inside, and it's very interesting. I don't like to put my name out there though to people who what they're telling me could be wrong, right? Because if I tell you something here on this channel, I want you to trust that what I say is true. Right? So I don't ever want you to feel like, oh, Enosh said something and it's a lie, or Enosh said something and it didn't come to pass. And here's, I also want to be fair too, because there are scoopers that maybe they share something with you that at the time was true. Right. This one thing that I think gets overlooked a lot as well when we're talking about scoopers and we're talking about scoops on movies and TV shows and things like that, is there are many times where something at the time was true, but things change, right? So when things change, they go in different directions and they can change, and then it makes it look like the scooper was not telling the truth or whatever, whatever. You get what I'm saying? So tonight we're going to talk about both ends of that. We're going to talk about what she said, about what Grace Randolph said, because apparently everybody and their mother is concerned about that today. But then also, we're also going to flip that a little bit and talk about scoopers in general. Real quick before I bring in my friends tonight, we got David Babin here, says, hi, Enosh, and hope you're well. I am well. I had a good day today. If you caught my stream earlier, I wasn't on most of it. Shout out to the people who took that stream over. I don't know what happened in there. Some people, apparently some people like frustrated some people. I don't know what that was all about, but I wasn't there. I mean, I had to leave the stream and I left it open for the fans. I left it for a fan stream, right? And, hey, but I love Mask of Shy. Thought he did a great job. Thought he was, sharing some artwork stuff. I think that's really cool. Says, I don't believe any of what she said, meaning Grace. Once the merger happens, hopefully things will change and get fixed. I hope for the exact same thing. Aaron here says, hey, Enosh and others. What's up, Aaron? Bat Dan 530 says, no, Matt Jarbo cannot be right. Anchorman says, I am a proud gatekeeper at places I go to with my friend as my key master. He's proud too, and we got our acolyte. That's a whole other story with Mike Zero. What's up, Dad Dude Vince? What's up, Abel? Good to see you, sir. Antonio here says, hola, my DC amigos and amigas. Yes. Big Dub Reaction says, hey, y'all, I finally made it for the start. Heck yeah, glad to have you. Arkham Gaming in the house says, hi, Enosh. I don't think people should take Grace Randolph seriously because she's been called out multiple times by directors and she's been wrong multiple times. So why do people believe her? My question is why do people believe scoopers in general? Because every scooper, none of them are 100%. And all of them backtrack when something comes out that's not right. And they say they give a reason for it or whatever. I'm just saying, I think scoopers should be treated that we listen to what they say and we make our own decisions and we can speculate. But, just saying. Anthony Grigsby, my brother from down under, says, good day, everyone. Good day, Enosh. Good to see you. Donovan in the house says, so weird that Grace would do this, but I'm not privy to what's up. So I'm listening to gather different views. And that's what I'm all about, Donovan. That's exactly. Anthony Beltray here says, what's up, Enosh? Grace shows violence today. She doesn't care. And plus telling people to move on and accept the new DC universe. Like nobody wants her boss, work at WB, so of course she's saying that. Look, I don't know what's going on behind the scene. It is weird, some things we've seen lately. I mean, look at what we've seen with what's his name even, John Campea, right? Some people had some issues with John Campea and some things that came out with that even. And John Campea did the thing where he showed that he probably had something going on behind the scenes with Sony. I think that was some weird stuff, so I'm not sure. Who knows? Also, sorry, by the way, I did a stream earlier for my phone and it would only let me do 720. So this episode may look like it's in 720 instead of 1080p. I just realized that. What's up, Hal Jordan? Hal Jordan says, hey, Enosh. Hello, everyone. Kamuzu B, what's up? Good to see you. Andrew Casali in here says, hey, what's up, Enosh? Man, that Grace always flips flopping just to get clicks. Very possible. Supercam1721 says the reigning, defending, undisputed YouTube channel of the world, Poindexter Lounge. It's not a prediction. It's a spoiler. Heck yeah. I like the way you think, Supercam. You Do Suck is here. Says, hey, everyone. Krypton's Core is here. Says, hey, guys. Hey, Enosh. Antonio says, Kermit. Yes, he saw Kermit in so that's where we're at. Lena Deli is here. Jared's Dark Side Enosh is here. Cherie is here. And that's what matters the most. Cherie is here. Tony Izzo says, greetings, Enosh and friends. Crush It is here. Oh, my gosh. Crush It. Dude, Crush It is here. You know how long it's been since I've seen Crush It? Crush It. Oh my gosh. Is Cavill really out? It's like how many licks take to get to the Tootsie Roll center of a Tootsie Pop. The world may never know. We may be doing this 10 years from now, talking about Henry Cavill. No, we won't. But Crush It. It's so good to see you, man. I hope that the eBay page is working. Good for you, and that you're doing well. Good to see you, Crush It. Elizabeth says, am I finally catching an episode live? Live. Yes, you are, Elizabeth. Good to see you. David Tolson here says, happy 22 to all in the Poindexters, all the Poindexters in the lounge. Heck yeah. Positive Justice is here. I like that. Positive mindset brings positive things. That's right. Positive Justice. Absolutely. Katsuka 92 is here. Says, oh yes, the Discord is rather fun. Cylon Scotty in the houses. Yay. All ye praise the algorithm. And amen. Yes, praise the algorithm. Sean Franklin says hi. JP Frazzler says, hello, Enosh. Looking forward to a great show. Me too. Even if it's not this show, we'll go find a good one. What's up, Dark Star? Good to see you, brother. Baby girl is in the house, and you know what that means? If baby girl is in the house, we got to give baby girl her drop. That's right, we got the right drop for baby girl right here.
Hi, baby girl.
Welcome, baby girl. Good to see you. Let's see. Who else is here? Anthony Beltre is here. I think I already hit him, but if not, there he is. Hey, Ryan, BVS fan forever cinematics says, hello, Enosh. I'm looking forward to this stream. Me too. What's up, Zeno? Says, let it go. Hell no, we won't let it go. Integrity in the house says, anyone following along knows we've heard this BS hit piece narrative about Cavill every couple of months for 3 or 4 years now. I know I used to make videos about like every time they said Cavill was in or out. And like now I can't do it. You can't keep up. It's a joke. You don't have to kill what's already dead. 2 + 2 = 4. I like that. Good stuff. Let's see. On tonight's discussion, my question is this: why is no one mentioning Batfleck's loyalty to Zach? That's a great question. That's what I've been bringing up for like the longest time. Everybody who says that like everything is going to suck and everything's going to be awful, I keep saying like Ben Affleck didn't have to do this film. I've been saying that literally for months, David. For months. Nobody brings up the fact that Ben Affleck did not have to do this Flash movie. There was nothing about this Flash movie that he had to do. So yeah, they say he doesn't want to come back, but they leave out that he wants out if Zach isn't involved. Thank you. I appreciate it. Donovan here says scoopers are more vultures than anything, and we don't know what they are saying are true. It's true. Like how are we supposed to know? What's up, Laser Luke? Good to see you, brother. Literally looks like my brother. Reminds me of my brother. Josh here 032 says Enosh's intros are about as long as the Snyder cut. LOL. Yeah, you know what? I got to trim them down a little bit probably. But you know what I like to do? I like that because it gets people here, honestly. Because that way by the time we start the show, like everybody's here. You know, a lot of time, and we just like playing these cool, like fun little drops and stuff like that. But like that, like is the lead in, lets people know we're live, so that people can get here by the time we start. Austin, you know what, dude? Then I guess I'm full of delusional nonsense. I'm sorry that you feel that way, bro, but I guess I'm full of delusional. I would hope that you wouldn't turn on me like that. But dude, if you want to come in and have a conversation, I love you, Austin. I love you. But you know what, dude? I think that to say either way is drinking the Kool-Aid. Just saying. Either way is drinking the Kool-Aid. If you think that it's an absolute for sure, it's drinking the Kool-Aid. If you think it's absolutely dead, especially just because Grace Randolph said, and because some other scooper said, Austin, I would love for you to come in and actually talk to us because I love you. And I want you on this. I want you on the channel, dude. I'm trying to pursue you, man. I want you on the channel. I want you to do your own thing on the channel. I just think that that's a comment that is born out of just frustration. That's the point. That's the problem that I have with it is that I understand my friends who are frustrated with the Snyderverse, but I would just say that's a comment that I get is born out of frustration. It's born out of frustration with people more than actually the Snyderverse. That's what I feel. Keely Chow says Mike Zero just as believable as oh geez. Yep. All right. So we're gonna go ahead and get started. Hello to everyone else. No, Austin, you're right. Almost all the scoops about No Way Home were true. Yep. So some of these people may not be 100% right, but have gained have gained more credibility than others. Listen, dude, the problem is, right? The problem is that when people are right, people then want to put their full trust in that. When the reality is, we're going to show tonight that Grace, especially, has flip-flopped so many times on this. I mean, there was a time where Grace was saying that this was 100% sure that the Snyderverse was continuing. The problem is Grace kind of jumps on these bandwagons and kind of tells people what they think at the time. A better representation would be to watch people who go against the grain, right? Right now, it's really cool not to support the Snyderverse. That's the point, is no matter how much it trends, no matter how much people are supporting it, the average person, it's really cool for people right now to say, no, it's not going to happen. So I'm just saying, like, again, I think we need to have actual conversations about what's actually going on. So Anthony Strader here says, I absolutely agree with you. And also, I really wish the scoopers would stop posting rumors or leaks online. It was better not knowing about any leaks back in the day. It's a good point. It's a good point. Vikram is here. Good to see you, Vikram. Let's see. You got a couple others. JT Customs here. So do you think Hamada will be fired or move on to Legendary when the merger happens? I think eventually Hamada will move on. They'll find another place for him. I'm not just Austin again. Come on in here, bro. Come on in here. We are not just going to talk about her tonight, about Grace tonight. It's just that Grace was the one that Grace was the one who threw all this stuff out there today, and that's why we're talking about her. But we're not just going to be talking about her. We're going to be talking about all these scoopers tonight. John Collins, that was my point, dude. That was my point. So I love you, bro. Come on in. John Collins, $5 super chat. Thank you. John says, I know you respect the career of Betty White. Do you think they would ever make a major motion picture about her life career? Who should portray her? They definitely will. And I don't know yet. I don't know yet who has that. Oh man, I'd have to think about that for a minute, bro. I'd really have to think about that for a minute. But yeah, I definitely think that we'll definitely get one of her life, for sure. And Ash, you know what, Ash, you're kind of right. She has the loudest voice. I mean, I don't know if you're being silly or whatever, but she does have the loudest voice, dude. Like Austin, I mean, that's another good reason to talk about her. She, she says things very much, to the point. All right, so I want to get everybody in here, and we're going to talk about this. So hello to everyone out. Dude, I'm not about boycotting. You know that, bro. That's not even what this is about. You know that. Look, you know what? Here's the thing. And I'm just going to say this before I bring in everybody in, but here's the point. If y'all know me, and you should know me by now, I'm pretty rational. Okay. If you think that I'm out supporting some kind of craziness or whatever, then I just question whether or not you know me or not. really, honestly, because I've never been about that. I've never been about the nonsense, and I've never been about support and craziness. So, that I don't know what to tell you. Todd Fair here with the $5 super chat says, if Enosh, if Grace is right and the Snyderverse is over, will a lot of people have a hard time accepting that? Absolutely, they will. Okay, but if it's over, it's over. And that's the thing. What I think is the problem is people shouldn't people shouldn't just put all their baskets in all their baskets in one egg, or all their eggs in one basket, whatever. That's that's the thing. But like Bell here says, I think there's a chance for the Snyderverse to be restored. We just need to be patient and focus on everything coming up from DC properties. Exactly. All right, guys. So we're going to bring some people in. All right, here we go. First of all, we got Mad Max. What's up, Max?
Oh, I'm doing good. I like scoopers. So I'm opposite of you, but I also realize what it is. And there is a difference between Doomcock and other sources too, because he's been proven to just take stuff from 4chan.
Mm-hmm.
You also have to look at all the timing of everything. Scoopers are used to push an agenda by the studios too, but sometimes in certain situations.
Yeah.
It's the beginning of the year. They're going through a merger potentially halfway through this year. This is like the Hail Mary for Hamada and his team to look positive going into the merger and to say we can make money and we can have a plan. So my speculation is, why is every scooper talking at the same time? Because they probably got their contacts at the same time for a big push. And I said on one of my videos to take it away from the Spider-Man talk. Everyone's talking about $1 billion Spider-Man during pandemic. Are they going to do Spider-Man movies? And then all of a sudden this comes out because they want you to talk about DC. I will admit that the trending opinion right now is to go against restoring, and there's a lot of factors there, and that's not what they want. That's not what Hamada and them want to do. But not everything happens exactly the way Hamada wants. We just have to wait and see. From the scoop, I listen to all the scoopers because I love that talk. I do speculation stuff, but I'm just like 50-50. It could go either way. Mm-hmm. I don't listen. I don't mind people boycotting as long as they don't take it to a toxic level. If you band together with a group of fans and say it's the quality is so subpar, because I also had a discussion on my channel where people said fans shouldn't expect anything. You just be happy with what you get. I'm like, no, as a consumer, you expect a certain quality. Setting your own expectations on everything and acting like a baby when you don't get it, that's different than a quality. We were promised stuff when they started this that we were going to get certain things. We were led to believe that we might get Darkseid and all these other things. In a conclusion, in all the other superhero properties like Marvel, they try to cater to their talent, the property, and their fans, where everyone is as happy as they can be at the end. And you're not getting any of that. And you're not even getting a solid... Listen, the ultimate failure, you can say what you want about you like the films, and that's subjective. But the ultimate failure, the proof is in the pudding, is Shazam, where you couldn't get Henry Cavill to come back for a cameo at the end. Your main guy of your universe, Superman, you can't get him for... That shows how broken their system is. And then if they stick to the leaks, spoiler warning, the leaks that are coming out, and Henry Cavill's last appearance is on a TV with footage from a previous movie, that is pathetic. That is not Robert Downey Jr. having one of the best acting roles he got in Endgame is the final appearance. And that is a completely fair to consider both of those. How long have we had in movie talk? Is Henry Cavill coming back? He wants to come back. They can't make it happen for whatever reason. And Grace says that's on Cavill. That's not on Cavill. That's the studio can't make it happen. And I am a fan of Grace. Here's the other thing. I think they actually do have sources, but sources and scoops are as inconsistent as the studio they're based on. Mm-hmm. So MCU scoops have a higher probability of coming true because they have more of a plan. Walter Hamada, even people that like DC movies now, they're inconsistent scoops because the studio and their plan is inconsistent. How many projects have they announced that don't happen? How many negotiating with their talent? Upset fans. There's always upset fans, but the scales are way the other side.
Yeah. Real quick, a couple things I want to bring some people in. First, Big Dub Productions. I don't know why you may be having a hard time getting in the Discord. Literally everybody else is getting in, as far as I know. So I would maybe try it. Maybe if you're not using Chrome, maybe try Chrome. I don't know. Should work. Hey, Philip, I want to say hi to you. Hey, man. I can't find I was going to send you a link. I can't find your Twitter right now. If you message me, I'll send you a link though, because I'd love to have you in here on this discussion. Let's see. Who else is here? There was something else that I wanted to address real quick. And then, hey, Austin, I know you said you come in, but you don't want to deal with the chat, but the chat's here anyways, dude. Let's ignore the chat, right? I mean, we're not going to ignore the chat, but I mean, like, dude, anybody who's negative, we're gonna ignore that anyways, but you're here in the chat anyways, bro. You know what I mean? If the chat gets out of hand, that's on them. And look, that's why I'm here, and that's why I got people.
Can I add to something?
Moderators.
This is what's happening on my channel too. It's because we allow differences of opinion that it's naturally going to get that way. We obviously want people to be nicer to each other if you can. There's better ways to have
that's what I'm trying to do, Austin. And you know what, Austin? Here's the thing, bro. You know what? We can have a civilized conversation. Come on in, bro. It's you, me, and our group. And speaking of our group, so I would love to have you in here, man. Speaking of our group, tonight we got Jerry back from Chicago. Chicago, my kind of town, except for when they're overcharging me for just going through their polls. My kind of town. They got lots of cool toy stores out there, and it's really cool. And I love driving around the city and seeing cool stuff and visiting with
Jerry.
my friend, the Batman from
Max.
From Gotham
Reporting
City.
for duty.
Heck yeah. And then, of course, we got D. Alvins. Alvin,
hey,
smooth and wearing his new headphones, looking good. Looking good.
Look at that color. Look at that.
Oh my
color.
gosh, look at that. Oh, it's bright. It's so bright.
Yes.
It's so bright. So bright. Also, we got Todd Fair here with another $5 super chat. Thank you, Todd. Says, Enosh, do you agree the Snyderverse did not attract the general audiences the way MCU movies do? Dude, I don't think it's even on the same kind of thing. Here's the thing. As far as general audience, I mean, the movie wasn't in theaters. The movie was never in theaters. You're never going to know that because WB refused to give Zach the chance to put the movie that he wanted to in the theaters to begin with back in 2017. So if that movie had come out, we may be in a totally different place now. Okay, because I'll be honest with you, yes, there are a few and even a couple of detractors who visit the lounge, right? But again, we give everybody on the lounge a chance, right, to state their piece, and that's why I was telling you, that's why Max just said. That's just why Max just said what he said, right? Because we want to give everybody a chance. So I know I have a couple of friends who don't like the Snyder Cut, but honestly, more people than not love the Snyder Cut. And even if they don't love it and they're just not like sensational about it, they still will tell us like that they enjoy it more than the theatrical version, and that they don't know why that it didn't just come out, So, I don't know. It is what it is. But I think it's interesting. It is weird. Rel is right in some respects here because the speculation is cool until it's the Snyderverse related. Because now if you do it, it becomes a civil war in the fandom. Yeah, look, everybody takes it way too seriously. And that's my point is when does speculation go too far and becomes like now it's a fight where it's like between friends now. So if I even talk about the Snyder Cut, right, or the Snyderverse, I already know that there's some of my friends who now just want to avoid it. Like they just don't want to come near it. They don't want to be a part of it. They don't want to talk about it. They don't want to do anything. Because it's I don't know if it's just because it's burned them out. And that's fine if it is. Look, I'm not trying to convince anybody to talk about something that they don't want to talk about. But I mean, we should be able to talk about stuff without getting just like downright just pissed off about it.
I feel our friends that say they don't want to talk about it actually do want to talk about it too. They just want you to go to their opinion. Everyone's got a different opinion on this, a strong opinion on this. That's all it is. But it's great. I'm enjoying myself more than ever. It's It's great movie talk.
Heck yeah, Cherie's right. We got 117 people watching right now. So please make sure to hit that like button. All right. And thank you for being here and being part of our discussion. And you know what? Take part in the chat. You know what? Talk about the things that you want to talk about. Give your opinion. But let's all be respectful about it. There's 118 people in the chat. There's got to be people who have differing opinions, right?
Absolutely.
That's fine. That's good. That's cool. All right. You know what? Film Gob, I guarantee you that he's going to kill in the movie. He's going to kill somebody because we all know that no matter what, if there's one thing, I love Keaton. Don't get me wrong. I love Keaton. But you know what? We all know that he can.
Previously on Batman Returns, Batman was walking around with a bomb, pissed. Big Nasty showed up. Hey, Batman, I heard you don't be killing people. He heard wrong.
I see what you did there.
Oh yeah.
Can I weigh in here really quickly?
Yeah, you sure can.
I think old Raccoon Eyes is reveling in the attention, doing the bidding of her overlords over at Warner Brothers.
There's one opinion.
I think her scooping all about clout chasing. Shilling
calling her Raccoon Eyes.
Raccoon Eyes. And can you share the screen?
I'm a Grace stan. I'm a Grace stan. I don't know if I like this.
Well, so she says, I was the one who told people in November when there was legitimately a chance the Snyder Cut could happen if they tweeted, because I knew what was happening behind the scenes. And now I'm telling you, after that amazing achievement, there is no more road left. Well, here's what she said before.
Let me. Yeah, I mean, you know, like I got that one. Yeah, I actually had that one ready for.
Told ya, like I tweeted last week, a deal is very close and could be announced this week. One more. I had a wonderful evening watching a certain movie. Also, I'm hearing exciting things from multiple sources. JL 2 and 3 might now be possible. Some suits want Zack Snyder to direct Wonder Woman 3, which I think is an excellent idea. The hype is real. Don't let up now. So she's shilling for Hamada. When she did the interview with Zack Snyder about his Justice League dropping, she did it when it served her purposes and when his cut was a reality. And now she's doing Warner Brothers' job, shitting all over that legacy, trying to quell hope, as far as I'm concerned. And I hope Zach never gives her an interview again.
Oh, man, Jerry.
Sorry. I just think that this is all a very self-serving agenda. Me. I. Look what I did.
Well, and this is what all big YouTubers do this. They go with the popular trend.
I know.
They go with the popular trend.
And she's getting all that attention. She's getting all that attention today. That's why I'm saying it's like, I think that this is a big deal shilling for Warner Brothers and Hamada for exactly the reasons you guys said a moment ago.
They're doing their Hail Mary before the merger to make it look strong, to say we have a strong plan. They are contacting all the contacts they can. The 1st of January, they want people to stop talking about Spider-Man. They want them to start talking about DC.
But Max, in reality, there could be other things happening behind the scenes with the discovery.
Oh, yeah.
This is her trying to throw cold water on it and make it seem like she's the authority on it. And this has a lot to do with what Enosh said at the top of the show. It's like she's been proven wrong before. I have no doubt she'll be proven wrong again. But in this moment, it helps consolidate her power as a scooper. But she's working under Warner Brothers. Pardon me?
She probably does have a source that's telling her this, though. Like,
the source is telling all these people. She's allowing herself to get used to be a clout chaser and be more important than everybody else. And this story is not about Grace Randolph, but she's made it about herself, which is why I don't like her anymore, and which is why I hope Zach never gives an interview again.
Oh, wow. I want Zach to go back to her. What is he going to do? Go to Campia?
No, but there are other places to go to. Campia's another one.
I would always like them to come on the lounge. I would always like them to come on Matt Jarbo.
Yeah, he needs to just come on the lounge. I mean, that's what we all know, right? I mean, like, are we all in agreement about that?
But what's your pick? Andy Signor, the Geeks and
What's my pick?
No, but there's not a lot.
Poindexter Lounge. Poindexter Lounge is my pick.
I know, but you obviously. Yes, is my pick too. That if I had my choice, but Zach wants to, if he does an interview besides the Justice Con and stuff, he's want a big platform.
Okay, yeah. Ray Fisher came here to talk to Enosh. Let me say this too: it constantly shocks me and depresses me when I see how many effing people are watching Doomcock or Grace Randolph. Enosh, you've got a lot of viewers tonight, but when I see the numbers of viewers, I'm like, Enosh should have the same amount of viewers because he's not scooping in ways that make this all about himself. You brought Ray Fisher on, who trusted you to come on and talk. I think that was fantastic. I think that, collectively, if we can get more eyes on what's happening here at Poindexter Lounge, this should be a legitimate source for scoops that aren't all about Enosh. It's really about the fandom. But that's just my humble opinion.
I mean, look, see, so you bring up a point though that I think is great, because look, it goes to even the news media nowadays, right? Where the news is no longer about the news. By the way, 130 people watching. Thank you guys so much.
Yes.
Please hit that like button.
Tell other people. Bring more people here.
That's the thing. So the news stories have now become more about the people reporting the news than they are about what's actually going on.
Yep.
Right. And that gets annoying, to be quite honest with you.
And that's what
it shouldn't be about the person. Look, I want somebody, who is a personality, who is who I can trust. I want to have that relationship with the person reporting the news. So there's that. But it shouldn't influence the news.
And that's what she's doing.
Don't try to influence my thoughts on something. And that's actually what I'm getting a little. I mean, I'm not just a little tired of. To be honest with you, I'm very tired of. I'm tired of people trying to tell me how I should think about something. And I'm like people messaging me saying, well, hey, this person said this now about the Snyder Cut, so obviously it's over, Enosh. You just need to go on and make a stream that says it's over.
Nope.
Well, logically, WB is going to pull out all the stops right now before they have the Batman, the Flash,
that's what they want to do too.
And they're trying to present confidence in a plan when even the people that are saying the Snyderverse is done or DCEU is done, even they can admit that WB hasn't had a plan. They were avoiding different movies when they made Birds of Prey and the Suicide Squad. They were consciously avoiding certain plot lines of the characters to move on, and now they're like, oh yeah, Aquaman might be in Wonder Woman might be in Aquaman. So what are you doing now? There's
damage control
whatsoever.
RJ, I would just say this. Here's the thing. All scoopers are shills. What is a shill? If anything, they're shilling for themselves because it's all about them. Look, and there's some scoopers that I like the person, okay, that I think the person itself is fine. And I'm not saying that scooping is a bad thing necessarily, but here's my problem, is that it ends up becoming all about that person, right? What is the problem with the news media today? It's no longer about finding the truth in news. It is about being the first to report it. Okay. And that's why you have people like that have to go back and now retract everything that they said and say, well, this is why I said it, right? Ever make up these things about why they said things or what, what was going on different. And I'm the first one to admit, I said at the top of this program, what did I say? Things change. We know that a story can come out one day and it can be one thing. And then later on down the road, it changes to something else, right? I understand that. I understand that stories can change. I understand that one day maybe Henry Cavill could be in talks with Warner Brothers to come back and reprise his role as Superman. And then I understand that, a couple days later, maybe things fall through and he's not going to come back anymore. Okay. I'm willing to accept that. What I'm not willing to accept is when people live and die by what these scoopers say, because you shouldn't be living and dying and forming your opinions about stuff about these things because some scooper said something, because then when it changes, you look like an idiot for changing too. Okay.
And she's going to also in the future.
Listen, and even if things change, it's the same thing that I said. The same thing that I said. Look, you mentioned Ray Fisher coming here. Ray Fisher said once on this program that he was going to see the Flash movie. Okay. And he gave a reason why. And I felt that his reason for it was legitimate. I felt that his reason actually made sense for why he said at the time that he was going to see the Flash movie. He said that he had to compartmentalize this and realize that not everyone who had something to do with this movie was Walter Hamada, that there were people who worked on this film that were not a part of all that stuff, that his friends who had been in the movie with him, both Ben and Ezra, were in this film, and he wanted to support it. Now, A while later, he changed his mind for whatever reason, right? And then he said, hey, you know what? No, I don't feel that I can support this film. And you know what? I respect that as well. People can change their mind. You know what? You know what though? Everybody and their mom started messaging me right away. Oh, well, so now you're not going to go see The Flash, right, Enosh? Well, hold on. Am I a human being that makes my own decisions? Or am I somebody who lives and breathes and hangs every decision that I make on what somebody else does? Then Wayne T. Carr came here. And even I have talked to Ray about this exact thing, because when I said, you know, I was still going to watch the Flash movie at some point, I don't know when. It's not going to be opening night, probably. It's not going to be one of those things. And I've already stressed that after Fandom, I'm really concerned for the movie because it looks weird. And everything that I'm hearing about it gives me less confidence in it. But I'm a DC fan, so I'm going to watch it. I love Muschietti, and Ben's back in it. And, you know, I wanted to give it every opportunity and chance. But here's the thing. Wayne T. Carr was here and said it. And then actually Ray told me they don't expect everybody to have the same opinion that they do. And they're not calling it's fans all of a sudden who are jumping on this bandwagon because they think that they're doing what's right. And I think that it comes from a good place because they think that they're doing what's right and they think that they're supporting the thing that they love. But if you jump on, you recognize if you jump on and you're like, hey, you're a racist now if you go see this movie. Ray Fisher never said that. Ray Fisher never said you're a racist if you see this movie. And even if Ray Fisher said you're a racist if you see this movie, does that mean you're a racist if you see a film? You see what I'm saying? Like, and I said then, are you going to go down every rabbit hole of every film that's ever been made by every studio and say if there are any absolute like douchebags of producers or executives on those films? Are you going to just say like every movie that Harvey Weinstein ever was a part of, like you're never going to watch that movie again? I mean, is that really necessary even? Like, is that really necessary? Or is that like some kind of like false pretense that we're making ourselves feel better about ourselves by acting like we have given voice to something? The reality is when I mentioned it to Ray, you know what Ray said? He said, Enosh, don't bother listening to those people. Don't bother listening to all that. People trying to tell me that I betrayed Ray Fisher because I mentioned that I was still interested in seeing the Flash back then. You know, Wayne T. Carr came on here and said, Enosh, we don't expect that of everybody. Everybody's got to make their own decision. I'm still cool with Wayne. I'm still cool with Ray. Like, people are talking for people when they have no business talking for people. And why is it? Because they hang their decision making on everybody else. Be an adult. Make your own decisions. Weigh things out. If you come to a decision, great. If you come to a place where you say, look, I don't want to support this or I don't support that, that's fine. But to sit here and act like, well, this scooper said that this is not going to happen, so it's not going to happen now.
Yeah.
No, because you know what? There ain't nobody 100%.
I have to get going, but I do want to leave one topic. I like scoopers. I like the speculations. Just keep your expectations in check. But also, the scoopers that have the best sources are not just scoopers. They're also, me, I'm a joke?
Ooh.
Oh, why? I like silence, goddamn. I don't know what's... I like...
hot.
Okay, Scotty, I'd like to talk to you about that if you're really mad at me or I don't know. But I was saying scoopers that have the sources and they get best, the more sources are not just writing articles, they're also influencers. And we have to keep that. They're called social media influencers for a reason. So you're probably, if you're connected to the company and have sources, you're probably doing some bidding for the company to influence the and let's be real, some scoops, some leaks are intentional. This is a big game. Keep all this hype, especially in nerd culture with Star Wars and comic book movies. This gets a lot of profit. It helps with their conventions. It helps to be constantly in the conversation. So I just wanted to leave it out there. I like scoopers, but they're also if they have sources, and they keep their sources and get more sources, it's because they also help influence fans.
I like scoopers. I like scoopers and inside information too. What I don't like is how she's using her scoop to make it all about herself and elevate herself. And yeah, I understand social media influencers have to do that, but I guess I don't have a lot of tolerance for narcissists and braggarts, and that's just what she comes across as, which is and she's
that's
using this
mostly YouTube.
Well, that's the problem. Although I don't think that that's again the environment we have here. I guess I wish there were more authentic YouTubers with better intentions that are about the message, not so much about themselves as I feel we have here over at the lounge. So, and I'm not sucking up, Enosh. I really think that. I really wish.
Well,
it's funny you've got 133 viewers tonight. I wish those viewers would bring more people over here because that's how you can get more of those scoops over here with more sources. You know.
And by the way, Ray and I are talking. And by the way, Ray and I are talking about having him come back when he's available to come back. So yeah, I mean, so you know, look, I just think that the whole point is that you know, we just got to stop with this hanging on other people's words like that's gold. Like, do your own assessment of something, you know. And like I said, I agree with you so much, Jerry, that look, we're getting ready to go into a time where they're wanting to get as much as they can about the world that they're creating, about what they're doing. So of course we're going to see more and more of this trying to deaden, you know, any excitement for the Snyderverse.
It's damage control. It's like throw the bucket of water on that. We don't want anybody paying any more attention to that right now.
Exactly.
And it's disrespectful to Zach, and it's just most disrespectful to the fans because we know this merger is coming, and we know that no matter what they want us to believe right now, we don't know 100% that the merger is going to change everything, but we also know, given previous history, especially with Grace in the past being proven wrong, that what she's saying right now in her original tweet, and now I'm telling you after that amazing achievement, there is no more road left, I say bullshit.
Yeah. Todd Fair here with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Todd. Says, Enosh, if Zack Snyder said he is done with DC Comics for good, do you think the hardcore fans would believe him or still do the Restore the Snyderverse stuff? Look,
I would believe him.
I would believe him. I'd believe him. I'm waiting for him to do it. Like everybody wants to act like he's done it, and he hasn't.
He's the one who said in a tweet not too long ago, someone asked him, is it time to give up hope? And he said, never. Now, he could have very legitimately said, yeah, and just ended it all. I mean, I know that Zach wants attention too. I don't think in a narcissistic way that some of these scoopers do.
Zach
but
will never say no to the fans. Zach
I want to say have a good stream,
but
guys.
Zach is also, but Zach's also an honest actor.
Max, we love you, man. We love you.
Yeah, I love the chat. I love Silent Scotty too. I'll talk to him later sometime.
By the way, Max, how far are you from 5,000?
20. I think I was 21. 21
okay.
subs, and I've been trying to get there for 3 years.
Max is 21 subscribers from 5,000. Max is the one who actually found me when I felt like I was on an island for like the longest time, and actually brought me into a bigger realm of DC fans and people who love DC. So hey, if you like the lounge, even if you don't agree with everything Max says, go subscribe to Max. He's almost at 5,000 subscribers. Just show him some love. I love Max.
Oh, I appreciate
Max
that. Thank you, everyone.
Mine, so I appreciate Max.
I'll come back anytime.
Max.
All right.
Oh,
and,
yeah,
as Max,
I like
goes
Jerry's hot takes, man. Woo!
As Max goes out, we're bringing in Phil.
Oh, hey, Phil.
I've been trying to reach you, Bruce.
What have you done?
What have you done?
What have you done?
Look, Todd, I will just say this, dude. I would believe him. I don't go down this like, I know that there's some people who want to say that, you know, Zach will do just anything. To me,
he's honest. He's an honest.
Well, but here to me, if you, I've heard people make some distinctions like that Max, you know, or not that Max, that Zach will do this or Zach will do that. Like, you know, if you asked him to do something silly, he would still do it. Like, I don't believe that. I believe that Zach is the type of person, he will do what he wants to do. And look, I don't think that it's necessarily over. Zach has said that he loves this, that he would love to come back to this because this was a passion project for him. That was the point. The point is not about holding on to something that's just not going to happen. The point is that if and I have always said this, things the way that they are right now, yeah, for anybody to try to drop some scoop and say Warner Brothers doesn't like Zack Snyder. Really? Okay, water's wet. Like we don't know that. Like we've already been through this whole thing. Haven't we not fought for like 4 or 5 years for the Snyder cut because of that situation? That's not the point anymore. The point is that's the current situation. Now you come back to me in a year after Discovery has taken over, after they've had time to settle in, after maybe there's been some talks. Even Zach said flat out, let's see what happens with Discovery. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. Okay. I'm not going to go beating down anybody's doors. I'm not going to go out boycotting stuff and doing things. Look, if the Flash movie comes out and it sucks, I'm going to tell you that it flat out sucks. Okay. If it comes out and it's okay to me, I'm going to tell you I think it's okay. If I think it's the best movie that's ever been made, I'll tell you that too. But Grace Randolph in no way sways my thought perception about that. Like if she says something that I like, I might think that that's positive and go, yeah, like, because everybody's been saying, well, when she was supporting the Snyder cut, everybody was so happy. Well, yeah,
that's what they do.
She blows with
that's
the
what
wind.
You do. Like, you know what I mean?
Blows with the wind, and as it serves her agenda as a cloud chaser.
Yeah, it just is what it is. It's a silly thing to get caught up on that, you know, and just act like, well, because you know somebody said something. That's it. I do want to get to one more here.
Yeah,
I know there's
$50 super chat.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to find
it says it all. It's the comment.
So this is Anthony Grigsby with a $50 Australian super chat. Thank you, Anthony. He says here, my sincere wish is that Zach will be on the lounge one day. Wayne, Ray Fisher, and Porter saw how Enosh wears his heart on his sleeve and leaves his ego at the door. And also, he doesn't lie to or deceive his members and profit off of giving people false hope.
That's the truth. I mean,
dude, I appreciate that. I appreciate that because you know what? Not everybody believes that. I do. This is me. I don't know how. Like, dude,
met this guy in person, and I can tell you it's true.
I've had people get mad at me because I share my church stuff, and I'm like, dude, if you don't like the church stuff, just don't watch it. It's a part of me. It's just who I am, you know. And eventually, I'm trying to transfer everything over to that's own, you know, YouTube channel. We got that YouTube channel for anybody who's interested in it. And I'm not trying to, push my religion down anybody's throat. It's just me. That's what my channel is about the stuff that I do. I got stuff my band did. I got stuff, other stuff, Thank you, Anthony. I appreciate that because sometimes not everybody gets that, and dude, I hope that it'll be, that one day he'll come on the lounge too. But the thing is like, if he comes on the lounge, we're going to have an honest discussion, just like I have with everybody that I try to talk to, and I think that that's fair. And that's why Ray Porter, I tell you what, man, that guy is he's one of the nicest, sweetest guys I've ever known. Humbled me in so many ways. Like when he told me he was driving around LA trying to find me a Darkseid action figure, I was like, are you kidding me? Why is the guy playing Darkseid trying to find me his own action figure? Because he's a great guy.
But Enosh, he also knows you're a great guy and you're authentic and he appreciates that. For exactly what Anthony said here, you don't lie or deceive your members to profit off giving people any kind of hope. You just tell it how it is. And I can say that having met you and your family in person, which is why Anthony pretty much encapsulates quite concisely what I was trying to relay before. So,
yeah, well, I appreciate this. So, Phil, you just joined. Phil, welcome.
Thank you for the invite,
riddle
man.
me this, Phil.
I love how you bypassed me. I didn't even say anything before you got to Phil.
Oh, we got to see what DL has to say. Yeah, we've all been dominated.
Oh man,
sorry.
Oh man,
he's right. He's soft spoken, but you got to jump in and interrupt us.
Phil, hold that thought.
I got you.
All right. Okay, DL. Now, of course, my mouse is not working, so I can't even get it out there. Hold on a second. I got to reconnect here. Hold on a second. All right, there we go. All right, DL, my friend.
Yeah.
I love you, bro.
Love you too, man.
I love you with all my heart, man. Okay, DL, your thoughts on this, bro? What are you thinking about this?
To be quite honest, I'm really burnt out by scoopers. I've been burnt out by scoopers for the longest time. It goes in one ear and out the other because that's how reliable their scoops are. Really, some of it's right and some of it's not. Same thing with Grace. Some of her stuff turned out to be true. Some of it is not. Me personally, I can't stand Grace. But for some reason, I watch her because, as you guys said, she's one of the biggest scoopers out there that actually gets insider information like earlier than most people. So it's like I feel like I need to listen to her every once in a while to see what she has to say if she has anything important scoop wise. But like I don't watch her all the time, and also personally I can't stand her voice. Like it's really
What's not to like about her voice, DL?
Oh my god,
or her wonderful overdone raccoon eye makeup.
Okay,
oh God,
the raccoon eye makeup, like that killed me there because like I didn't even notice her makeup that much, but then you brought up that I'm like, okay, actually, but
that's how we'll have to refer to her from now on. Old raccoon eyes.
Yeah, and honestly, like she's one of those Batman fans as well that I can't stand. That she compares everything to Batman, and if it's not as cool as Batman, she immediately debunks it, being like, "It's not cool. That's not cool." I'm like, "And fuck you." Especially, I hate what she has to say about Superman too. Like, I mean, if you're not a Superman fan, that's fine. But like the way she just like downplays his character and keeps comparing everything to Batman, that really gets under my skin. That really I really question how much of a DC fan she is. I mean, I'm sure she's read the comics, she knows a good knowledge, but it's like I just feel like she's a Batman fan trying to be a DC fan. So that's why like I can't really take her scoops that seriously recently. But it's the same thing with everyone else who has a scoop or has whatever insider information, whatever they claim to have. Like I'll believe it when I see it, And then the whole thing with will the Snyderverse happen? Will it not? I've been saying this for the longest time. Do I want it? Yes. Do I don't know how much I can. I just don't know how much I could like. I don't know how likely it's going to happen at this point. Right now, all I can ask for is just make good DC films right now. That's the only thing I could really hold on to at this point, sadly. As much as I want the Snyderverse to happen, I don't trust Warner Brothers to call up Zack and be like, hey, why don't you come back and we'll let you do whatever you want. So I don't know how likely that is. Maybe after the merger, there's probably more of a possibility, but I really don't know. Nobody knows. So it's like, with the stuff, I'm more of a DC fan than a Snyder fan. I've said this before, if we can't get Snyder's 5-film arc, I'm just happy that all these DC characters are finally getting movies, and I want them to be good. So, and including the Flash. Do I want Ray Fisher to be in the Flash? Of course I do. Do I want to see more Ray Fisher as Cyborg in general? Of course.
Oh yeah.
But like at the same time, I want all these other DC stuff to succeed as well, And it's not because I'm black, so you can't say I'm racist for seeing the Flash. Like, come on, what is that?
It's DL.
Didn't you know, DL? Didn't you know? Come on, DL.
It's her absolutism, though, that really is what rubs me the wrong way when she says there is no more road left. Not only does it rub me the wrong way, it's like rubbing fans' faces in it. Like, just give up now. You're not going to get what you want, and that's what really just sets me off about what she was tweeting.
Yeah, and she also puts in her personal political opinions when she talks about scoops as well, which I'm like, why?
I know, I'm telling you. So let's talk about that, right? Because this is what she actually said. For those of you wondering, this is what
He'll
she
come back
actually
if
said.
Zack asks him back, because that's the vision he wants to go with.
Yeah, she said Ben Affleck doesn't want to come back. Now, why? Now, again,
he wants to. He doesn't want to deal with these effers at Warner Brothers that have screwed the pooch.
He came back in a hot second for free for Zack Snyder.
Yep.
So okay, and do you think that he
filmed loyalty and alliances?
Here's my question. Do you honestly think that Ben Affleck filmed a teaser for what could be Zack Snyder's Justice League Part 2, like a literal, like little teaser to say this is what the next movie could be for free on Zack Snyder's driveway. Because he didn't want to come back just in case, like if they did Part 2, he doesn't want to come back. That's come on. But Ben Affleck doesn't want to come back. Henry Cavill ain't getting invited back for reasons I've already told you. You mean like the time you told us it was inevitable that he was getting signed? Like that week, right? Okay. I've already told you countless times that are as much on him as WB because she wants to say now that he wanted too much money and blah, 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 and go back and forth.
Yeah, blame him. Make him the villain. She's making Cavill the villain.
And listen, if you're sharing news that you say that you're getting, that's fine. But then again, here comes that personal thing. And this is what I'm taking issue with people lately is report the news. Yes. If you don't believe that the Snyderverse is going to happen, that's fine. You can still be my friend. I'm still your friend. I still love you. It's all good. It's all awesome. That's fine. Opinion is opinion. But then when you start making it like, when you start trying to cut at people and make it personal by saying, you know, stuff like, you guys are hoping for something that's an impossibility.
Yep.
You got to just move on. Well,
that's
Snyder cut,
the studio.
The Snyder cut, Zack Snyder's Justice League was an impossibility. It was not going to happen. And yet I have a copy. I have 4 copies of it in my living room right now. And I can watch it anytime I want to on HBO Max. Impossibility, improbability, 2 different things, right? Things are going to have to change for the Snyderverse to ever continue. I recognize that. I think that a lot of people recognize that. Sure, there's some crazy wackos out there who like don't recognize that, and they just think that like, you know, I've actually heard people, you know, Zach has signed the deal already. You know, it's the ink is still, you know, the ink is dried. It's all set and ready to go. Blah blah blah. Like, okay, look, I'm not out here telling you all that. Okay, I'm never going to sit here and tell you all that. And if one day Zach says, "Hey, you know what, guys, we tried, you know, but let's focus on something else," I'm right there. I'm fine with that. You know why? Because I'm a freaking adult. Okay. And this does not consume me. I am understanding the more that I've been in this fandom that it's very unfortunate that there are people who are absolutely consumed with the idea of Zack Snyder's Justice League. It's not even about whether they like it or not. They are just flat out consumed and it's become their identity. Okay. Look, the Poindexter Lounge, I will not sit here and act like the Poindexter Lounge over the last year and a half has not benefited from reporting on the Snyder Cut, because we have, because it's something we were passionate about and we talked about it. And I've met how many friends and people along the way who had a similar like to me. But what I find interesting is people who don't recognize that the Poindexter Lounge has reported very little about Zack Snyder or the Snyder Cut in the last 5, 6, 7 months since the Snyder Cut came out, because there was no new news. Every once in a while, like the Night Tonight, there's news about it. So we talk about it, okay? Because that's legit. We're talking about news. I'm not making stuff up about the Snyder Cut and giving you guys false hope and just making video after video talking about how, you know, this and that's going to happen. As news that's come out, we've talked about it. As people ask me questions, you know, that goes back to this comment right here by John. Says, you know, Enosh, you say what people to make their own opinion. And I do. But understand that people come here because they want to know your opinion. I get that too. And I appreciate that. I appreciate all of you who like you want to listen to my opinion. That blows me away sometimes, right? That people want to listen to my opinion. That's great. But I will even tell you, please don't base your opinion off what I tell you. Don't just blindly follow me or just blindly follow my thoughts on something. Don't blindly follow anybody. You know, look this stuff up, read the stuff yourself, make up your own mind. You know, decide what you think of whatever it is we're talking about. That's why I love having panel discussions where we have multiple people from multiple backgrounds, multiple ideas that we can talk about that. That's, you know, like, I don't want you to just blindly follow me. Sure, I'd love if you liked me and you like what I have to say. That's awesome. But don't just take my word for it. You know, that's why we have conversations. Peter Rabbit's Defender with the $9.99 super chat. Thank you, Peter Rabbit. Says Grace hates Henry Cavill and Jessica Chastain very much. That said something a lot. Flash movie isn't in the good place right now and likely to be a disaster, like Ghostbusters 2016. Stay tuned for worse in my favorite movies 2021's list. Okay, so all I would say about this is
that's what I've been saying from the beginning. Like you feel like her personal bias is in whatever she's talking about news wise. It's just I can't stand
as it serves her.
Well, and that's not a scoop, right? And like it's
Especially
easy
in the way that it's tweeted, because it said Henry Cavill ain't getting invited back. It's like, I'm sorry, do you have Danny Garcia on speed dial? Do you know for fact that is in fact a fact? No, I'm sorry. That woman speaks out of both sides of her mouth, and it is just getting absolutely tiresome. I am just sick to death of.
I didn't hear her reporting this when Zack Snyder was on her channel.
Exactly right when he gave her that exclusive interview.
Like, where was that question? Where was
Yeah.
that question? Right, that question wasn't in there.
Oh, she was glowing because she had one of the world's greatest directors on her stream. Now she has no problem shitting all over his legacy, so much as the overlords over at Warner Brothers are paying her to shill for whatever agenda they have right now.
And I love this. Cherie says about DL says also it's the most polite FU I ever heard. So there you go. Do I think we'll ever get a Green Lantern movie? I hope to God.
We better.
I don't know about
We
that.
better. Like I,
don't
said
know.
in the last stream, I want a trilogy of that bitch, and I want all the lanterns in there.
Heck
All
yeah.
of them.
So do I. But DL, you know what? You hit it on the nose, right? Just a couple minutes ago, right? Like I want all DC films to be good.
Yeah.
I pray that all DC films are good. Okay. I'm sick of hearing about how me being a DC fan is stupid and that I mean, like, look, Philip is a huge comic book guy. Right. I mean, like Phil knows the books, man. He's always talking about, the books that he reads and all that stuff. And dude, like we all know the legacy behind some of these characters, the absolute brilliance behind some of these characters. And I'll be honest with you, in so many ways, we still have yet to see that properly translated fully 100%. As far as I'm concerned, Zach has done the best out of anyone, and he's brought to life. Even that though, I got criticized by the other side because I just said once, hey, I don't really like the idea of Dick Grayson being dead. Like, well, come on, like I like the comic books. I like Dick Grayson. Sorry, but I mean,
yeah, I'm with you. I didn't like that either.
I can say from my own perspective also, I wasn't thrilled with the direction Zach decided to go with Barry Allen because it seemed like, Peter Parker and Iron Man worked, and Tony Stark worked. Let's give that relationship to Bruce and Barry. I never thought that the iteration of Barry in Justice League was organic or authentic to the Barry Allen that we know from the comic books. But I rolled with it. It was okay. So, I don't know, as you say with Robin also, Enosh, I'm not on the wagon with everything Zach does, but I think because of his overall vision, that's what really compels, inspires, and makes me very passionate about seeing more from him. And tossing water on this instead of people tossing a bucket of water at Grace Randolph is just, sets me off.
Same thing with me because I didn't like that they put Doomsday in Batman v Superman. I didn't like that they killed him. But I was willing to go along and see what Zach's story was going to do.
Yeah.
What after that,
Yeah, I think that's an absolutely fair comparison. That's one I've often heard a lot, is that the Doomsday card, the death of Superman, all of that was just one burn just a bit too early. And I can understand that 100%, especially in the day and age of what the other side's been doing 5 years prior. Mm-hmm. It's understandable. It's absolutely understandable that fans would want something done with DC characters in that same vein. I do get it, but at the same time, it's like we're in this age where it's still a very competitive business and you have to set yourself apart from what the competition is doing. And I think that what Zack Snyder was trying to do, with his 5-movie plan, was essentially setting them up for something that you could do 20 years down the line. Because I think the end point by then was after Justice League 2 or 3 or whatever, was to do the Flashpoint and like reset everything so they could have that clean slate to do whatever they wanted for a future. But
in the live chat, who was it that just said something about let me scroll back really quickly about the point that they made. Okay, here it is.
Matt, I love you. Matt, I love you, but That is such making an assumption, dude. You should know better than that.
They said I wasn't too happy when they killed Supes in Batman versus Superman, but looking at the whole picture, the story made sense. And I think that Batman versus Superman, in making that choice, was ahead of its time, because in hindsight, because we know Zack had the plan with the arc for Bruce to go from literally the villain in that movie to being redeemed within the Justice League arc, made total sense. So, with the benefit of hindsight, that choice was kind of ahead of its time because of the arc and the plan that Zack had. It wasn't really too early.
Absolutely.
Well,
and
also,
go ahead.
Thinking about and just not even really playing devil's advocate here, but just imagine the different kind of reception Batman versus Superman would have gotten had the MCU just not existed, period.
Oh,
just how vastly different the perception of that movie would have been had something like the MCU just not existed. Not even saying that Batman v Superman being the first comic book film of its kind to really be like, oh, boom, shared universe, but just kind of really just honing in on the idea that you can take such iconic characters and tell kind of a personal story with the two of them, with some of their biggest stories in mind. Where does that lead on a live action scale? And I think that the MCU, as much as I do love a lot of the movies in it, as much as I love, seeing certain things happen in it, I will say that it has kind of slighted certain aspects of filmmaking for, the last 10, 15 years in terms of just how people make movies.
Well, and here's the thing. When it comes to that, what was I was just going to say, oh my gosh, what was I going to say? I just had a point that I was going to bring up. Oh, because like what you were saying here. Okay. So, back when Superman Returns came out, right? People were griping and complaining because they said, "Oh, they're trying to go back to Christopher Reeve. We need a Superman who's relatable, a Superman who actually has to fight something, a Superman who deals with real life problems. We can't relate to Superman. That's why we don't like Superman Returns. Blah 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 blah. All the usual stuff." Then when Man of Steel came out, honestly, Phil, I walked out of Man of Steel going, "Thank God! Like those people are finally gonna like. I couldn't wait to see the reviews because I was thinking, oh my gosh, all these people reviewed that this they got what they wanted. This is awesome. This is the best Superman movie ever. I'm so happy." And then it was, why didn't they use the Superman theme from Superman? Why didn't they use the John Williams theme? And like, oh my gosh, this Superman
Why was the
is
fight
so
too
boring.
long?
Why is the fight
Why is
so
there so
bad?
much destruction?
Why is there so much destruction? And I was just
that
like,
would never really happen in real life with that kind of a conflict.
I was like, wait a second, hold on. I was like, wait a second. Are you serious? Why didn't Superman take the fight away from the city? I swear to God, if I hear that one more freaking time, and I swear to God,
why
if they
didn't
do
he
that in the
save
Flash
his father
movie,
from the tornado?
look, I will videotape myself if I go see the Flash and the Flash goes back and undoes that to just try to please whatever idiots are so butthurt over the destruction of Metropolis. Okay, watch the same people who say these things say they love the animated series, that they love Superman the animated series. You ever watch Superman the animated series?
You mean the literally one where he punches Darkseid through the Daily Planet in broad daylight?
I swear to God, every
they're
episode,
fighting Shazam downtown is a bunch of
yes,
destruction there
every
too.
episode, dude. Let me tell you something. There is no way the city of Metropolis could actually keep up with the infrastructure money that they would need to keep it, because every episode of Superman the animated series literally has Superman destroying a street, like throwing somebody that like tears up the whole entire street. The traffic in Metropolis would be horrible, okay? Because it would constantly be under construction. DL, you live in Detroit. You know as well as I do. We drive around Michigan and Detroit and everything. It's the worst, okay? I've driven in Vegas. I've driven in LA. I've driven in all these horrible cities that people say the traffic is so bad. Detroit is the absolute worst. It's always under construction. We always talk about, we have two seasons. We have winter and we have construction season. That's it. Orange
in
cone
Chicago.
season. That's it. That's it. And like, I can't imagine it. But these same people are literally, oh, well, you should have taken the battle away. How are you going to take a battle away when the guy is bent on literally terraforming the entire planet, and they planted the war engine right there in downtown Metropolis and said, this is where it has to be? Like, Superman could have flown off all he wanted to, and Zod would have just looked and went, we have defeated the son of our jailer. Like, you
Let's
know what I mean?
continue. Let's continue the destruction.
Yeah,
And
let's go. Good. We don't have anyone to challenge us. Let's kill the billions of people now. You know, I mean, come on.
Can I also really take
By the way,
step?
142 people watching right now. God
Awesome.
bless you people. Thank you. Please hit that like button.
If I can also take a step back into the whole Batman versus Superman argument about Doomsday and play devil's advocate here from a creative standpoint. Well, not only did it serve the story, okay, that Lex Luthor would use Zod's remains to create something that could conceivably kill Superman, but I would imagine also
baby girl has to go to bed. So
I do. It's true.
Oh, I would,
baby girl. Everything's okay. I promise.
I'm sorry. I got that drop just for her because I swear every time I see her screen name, I just think of that video. Every time I read "Baby Girl Restore the Snyderverse," that's all.
Baby girl.
That's all I have. So there you go. Good night, baby girl.
Very cool.
But if I were Zack Snyder and I was doing Batman versus Superman and I had the opportunity to bring in Doomsday, does anybody think maybe he introduced Doomsday early because he never thought, maybe somewhere Zack's thought, I'm not going to get the opportunity to do this in the future, maybe. And that's exactly what kind of ended up happening. I'm not saying he foresaw the future, but he grabbed an opportunity to use that very, very iconic Doomsday story to serve the narrative and set things up for the Justice League movies. And look, Warner Brothers pulled the rug out from under him anyway, without him maybe even having that foresight. So I don't blame him, nor do I feel like he brought the Doomsday story in too early because of the way that he used it with the story. And given how Warner Brothers decides to second guess creatives, we may never have ever seen a Doomsday had he not brought it into that story to serve the narrative he was setting up.
I mean, it's quite possible. Look, when I first saw that, I was like, oh no, I didn't want to see that. You know what I mean? Like, I'll be honest with you.
Really?
I didn't necessarily want to see
see it or see it yet.
Okay?
See it or see it yet.
When I
see it yet. I didn't
see it
like
yet.
like when I saw that, I was like, oh darn, man. Like they're gonna do Doomsday like right out the gate, right?
You wanted to see that story stretch out is what you wanted to see.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
But here's what I will say. Once I dang it, and you know what? I think I missed I'm sorry guys. I think I missed the was there a members
super chat?
I can't pull it up again. I didn't know.
I don't see it on this
I
one.
hate that about this thing about with StreamYard because it doesn't pull up the members super chats on mine. So unless somebody tells me and I should have pulled it up, I apologize for that. If somebody knows who it was or can tell me what it was, I'll pull it up. But no, when I first saw it, I was like, oh man, you know what? I didn't want to see that right away, but I will say this. After I left, I was happy because I said, okay, at least that they brought in Doomsday. My concern was they'll bring in Doomsday, have him fight, but they won't kill Superman in the second movie, right?
It's like, no, there's no way that'll happen.
Yeah, I was like, there's no way they're going to kill Superman in the second movie, right? But when they killed Superman in the second movie and did that, I said, okay, you know what? I'm fine with that because as long as you kill Superman in the movie that you bring Doomsday in, I'm going to be okay with that. If you bring Doomsday in and let him fight Superman and you don't kill him, then I'm like, well, that was a waste. You know what I mean? Like, what are you going to do? Bring it back for round 2? That, that's what I didn't like about when they brought him in Smallville.
So you got to trust the creatives. Got to trust the directors.
Clark Kent fights Doomsday and then drives him into the ground. It's like, okay.
Here's my
thing. It's a TV show. It's not bold. It's just the same old thing week after week.
Yeah, but here's my thing about it though, because like I was one of the many people when the Doomsday trailer came out, I was like, what the F are you doing? Why is he in this movie? What are you doing? And why are you showing it in the trailer, first of all? But yeah, as I said, I was like, okay, they have Doomsday in here. Okay, they're not going to kill Superman in the second movie, right? Even though that's the whole point of Doomsday is for him to kill Superman. So it's like I really felt mixed about it in general. And it's like I understand, like, getting the context when Zack Snyder Justice League came out, whatever. I'm okay with the choice now, and I agree with you that in the context of what Snyder had structured with the story, I'm fine with it now. But it's like it felt like it was supposed to be a different antagonist, because you guys remember what's his name, Wally, I think his name is Wally. He's the guy that was in the wheelchair, that was
Wallace O'Keefe.
yes.
Yes.
It made it seem like they were setting him up to be
Metallo.
Metallo, yeah. And we knew that was that was what they were trying to do at first before Doomsday came in. So it's like it felt like they already had an organic way of making another villain with Wally to become Metallo. This just felt really, it just kind of felt forced. And then when they did kill Superman, for me personally, when I first watched it, because this was right after we see the Trinity fighting together, we're like, yeah, this is awesome. They're all together on the same screen. They're fighting together. Yes. And then Lily, your excitement just gets sucked out of you when Superman dies. I'm just like, that's how I was in the theater. I'm like,
I want to go watch it again right now. Like, I literally like when we're done with this, we'll just stop and we'll come back on Twitch and we'll just do a watch party for Man of Steel. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's so, or not Man
it's
of
like
Steel.
your adrenaline was
Superman.
pumping when Wonder Woman came on the screen. Superman and everyone, yeah. And then Superman sacrificed himself. It's like, what?
So beautiful.
But anyway, I digress.
No, it's all good. Cupcakes and chloroform here. I love that name. Cupcakes and chloroform. I actually have a cupcake in the other room that I could go get. I mean, I have a cupcake. No one knows what's going to happen after the merger, so scoopers are meaningless at this point. But I will listen to Zach and never give up hope. Bingo. Listen, everybody's talking for Zach. Everybody's saying what they think Zach says on both sides, right? Zach doesn't care about that stuff. Zach's just going to tell you what you want to hear. Zach doesn't care anymore. He's just doing his thing. Or Zach is totally in. He's actually signing the papers right now. I've got him in the other room. Zach is actually in my kitchen right now with Warner Brothers executives, the new ones who are going to be taking the place of the old ones, by the way. Everything that we ever wanted is going to happen. All your dreams come true, and it's happening in my kitchen right now. Yes. And, I mean, it's somewhere in the middle, right? And, but yeah, Cupcakes and Chloroform, thank you for the $4.99 super chat. I absolutely agree. Scoopers, to me, like it's like watching Siskel and Ebert back in the day, or like listening to somebody talk about a movie. It might be interesting. It's interesting to get somebody else's take on it, like maybe what they got out of the movie. But at the end of the day, you got to go see the movie yourself. How many movies have you ever seen that, like, everybody said sucked or was horrible, that you were going to hate or whatever? Then you go saw it and you were like, how did you hate that? Right? Or vice versa. Somebody said they loved a movie or didn't like a movie. And then you go say, well, that movie was good, bad, and different. There's a lot to be said about making your own decisions. And holy crap. Hold on a second.
There's a good super chat.
Hold on a second. Okay, so I got to get to this. Okay, real quick, I got to get to this. If either here's just Superman Returns comes out, complains. Man of Steel comes out, complains. Make up your mind. Exactly.
Because it's true.
Seriously.
Absolutely. That's what I always said, and I couldn't believe that. I can't believe. Honestly, I wish that, like, I don't understand it, because Superman Returns came out and it was one thing, and then I really felt that Man of Steel was the answer to that anti, old school, cheesy Superman thing. And look, I love it all. I love Christopher Reeve. Don't get me wrong, because I grew up with that. I had no problem with that. What I have a problem with is people telling me that it all can exist or coexist, within the multiverse or whatever, or that somehow the thing I like is bad. That's what I like. That's what I don't like about these ideas about the scoops for the Flash, saying that the Flash, look, if you want the Flash to go back and revisit all that stuff, I guess, okay, for whatever reason. But when you like single it out and be like, the Flash is going to go back and undo all of Zack Snyder's movies. Really? Is the Flash going to go back to like Christopher Reeve's Superman movies and undo like all the plot holes in Superman 2, even though I love that movie too?
And here's my thing with that.
Just asking.
We better be careful. Grace is in the chat.
Oh, of course she's in the chat. Hold on a second.
Raccoon Eyes has arrived.
Yeah, Ryan, BVS fan forever, Cinematics with $2 super chat. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Says, I want that Green Lantern to be the WBD 1 DC films.
What does that mean?
What does WBD stand for?
I have no idea.
Warner Brothers Discovery.
Oh, Warner Brothers.
Yes. Ryan, yes. I do not want it under the current regime because I just don't trust it anymore. Like I think that's the problem is we've gotten to a point where I think that the average fan now that is just a DC fan. Look, I always know that there's going to be friends like my friend Joe who thinks that DC is on a perfect trajectory. I love him. He was in there today telling us all that like he loves everything that's come out. And look, I can't hate him. You like what you like. You don't like what you don't like, I guess. Okay. I just know what I like. I can only speak for myself. But I will say I do not like the current regime of where they're going. And I don't trust them that they actually understand their own properties. Walter Hamada did fine with some horror films back, with some things and stuff. And I was fine with that. But this, I just don't trust it anymore that they understand their own properties. I need to.
There's a big super chat there. That's
I know. I got to get to that. So okay. I'm trying because I know that I think there was one
before you lose it. That's why I was.
Yeah, no, it's down at the bottom, so I can get to it. I just want to make sure that I'm getting to the other things here real quick first. And unfortunately, I'm skipping by some stuff. Sorry, but I'll try to go back up. I can look at all of them, but it just doesn't show me those member chats that like when they get a free chat when they've been a member for so long. For some reason, StreamYard is not set up to do that. It doesn't recognize them. I don't know why. Peter Rabbit's Defender with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Peter Rabbit's Defender says, I wish that I can meet Enosh back in 2013. Love Man of Steel so effing much. I saw Man of Steel 5 times in cinemas. I saw it, I think 7. And my first screening, I applauded out loud. Masterpiece. Dude, first time I saw it with Walmart had a special screening of it. And we got the ticket stuff at Walmart to go see it the night before it came out. I think we saw it on a Wednesday night instead of the Thursday or whatever. And dude, yeah, everybody who was there at our thing absolutely applauded it. And that's why like it blew my mind the next week when I was actually watching that. Grace, I would just say this. Look, stranger things have happened. I said that about Wayne T. Carr, that it wasn't Wayne T. Carr, that it ended up being Wayne T. Carr. I've said that about Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers and ended up being Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers. If in a crazy world that is you, feel free to DM me.
Yeah.
And
you want to know how I know? Accept the new Trinity is her other comment. Maybe.
Oh yeah.
You know how I know it's not Grace Randolph because her channel's called Beyond the Trailer. Not Grace Randolph.
Okay. So you know what? When Jeremy came in first as his actual like Twitter handle, D-Day Cobra. And I thought, okay, maybe it's it. But then he came back as Geeks and Gamers. And so I thought, no. That's two different people or one person trying to, do that. Come to find out, it was him all along. He just used 2 different channels.
I hope it's her and you can bring her in.
It's probably not. It's most definitely not, but you know what I'm saying. RJ here. What's up, Resident Justice? With a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, bro. Says totally off topic. But am I crazy or was the Matrix Resurrections actually really good and interesting? Why do people despise this movie so much? Dude, RJ.
We can talk about it on your channel.
RJ, listen, RJ, I will tell you this. You're not wrong.
It's not great.
It's not perfect, but it's not bad. It is not bad like people are wanting to make it out to be. And actually, I will say, yes, the first 40 minutes are kind of dry and it takes a while to get to them, to get to the point. I'll give it that.
That's my favorite part of the movie.
Okay, I'm just saying it takes a while to get there. And I thought the ending was a little clunky. Because it felt like there should have been about another 20 minutes more of like what they were doing after all that stuff.
Sure. Yeah.
But there was a lot of good there. And I thought that it fell right in actually with the Matrix stuff.
Okay,
so.
RJ, if you invite me on your Matrix stream, we could have a good old debate discussion about it.
And all right, holy crap.
I quite enjoyed it.
I thought it was loved it.
I thought it was okay. It was okay.
I
think there are things that could have been done to make it a little bit more impactful, but we get what we get.
Absolutely. I agree with you. Okay, so here it is. Supercam 1721 with a $99.99 super chat. Holy crap, dude. Supercam.
Wowzers.
Wow, man. That is absolutely amazing. That is awesome. That's
so's the comment.
Yeah, holy cow. Let me see here. Well, I'm trying to find something. I was going to give him a drop here for that. So I just got to find the right drop here for it. Here you go. All right. Supercam says Grace is a narcissist. She never wants to admit she's wrong. I remember she was pleasing the Fandom Menace crowd around the time episode 9 came out and Mando fiasco. She craps on Cavill and Jessica Chastain. The craziest thing is her followers believe everything she says. I will not give up hope. Neither do I think you should. And I agree. Like, that's the problem that I have with scoopers. They do jump on bandwagons.
Yeah, they do.
And I've watched Grace especially do that, where if there's something going on, like she'll lean to that side. When the Snyder Cut came out, remember, we just shared those tweets, right? Like, oh, guys, I'm hearing stuff.
Yeah.
I just watched this film tonight. Oh, it was so good.
I'm hearing all this
stuff.
All about her.
All
She
this
was
great
there.
stuff. Stay tuned. Stay tuned to my stuff because there's going to be good stuff coming forward. And then now there's all this pushback against the Snyderverse. The Flash is coming out and it looks like, we just got all this information this week about it could possibly be undoing stuff. And now all of a sudden it's the sky is falling and y'all just need to give up hope.
Right.
When I was telling you to hope for it, you should be hoping. But because I told you I am the definitive word, and let's just admit, she's not the definitive word in pretty much anything.
And
who is the definitive word? There is no am I wrong in that?
The
There's
definitive word is Warner Brothers. Can we wait till we get a confirmation from Warner Brothers from anything?
And wait for the management to change during the reorganization. But we are kind of getting a hint of that though, DL, because I have no doubt that her scoop came from internal studio people that wanted to basically use her as a tool to start spreading this message of give it up. We're not going to be entertaining that anymore, as they're burning down the house before the merger.
I mean, possibly.
Oh, good. Okay, here's something cool. Somebody sent it to me, and now I can share it, and that's awesome. I'm very, very thankful. Thank you, Dat Dude Vince. Let me take this down. Thank you, by the way, Super Cam. Excellent comment, dude. Thank you so much for that $100 super chat, dude. That's amazing. That's amazing. Always humbled. Now, if I can just get maybe I can buy a new mouse. This mouse always, I swear to God.
They're only 30 or $40.
I know, right? Okay. So Dad Dude Vince actually shared this, and I thank you. TJ Nadoze, thank you so much for the 6-month member super chat. Says, hey everyone, restore the Snyderverse. That's all. That sums it up right there, right? I mean, I just been telling people, don't hate on people for just wanting to see more of what they loved. I mean, like, why? And look, and those people who want to see more of what you love, don't act like a jerk to everybody. I mean, you don't have to act like a jerk to get your point across. Yep. Right. I mean, like if somebody's talking about, hey, I went to my daughter's birthday party today and we did something, then that's probably not going to be the thread where you want to bust in with, hey, restore the Snyderverse or else. Right. You know what I mean? Like that's not what we want to do. Just pick your place wisely. Right. Pick your tweets wisely and make sure that you're,
using your filter.
Use your filter. Thank you. Yes.
Use your filter.
I like integrity. It says Zod, Feora, Batfleck, and JK are all returning. So now is the perfect time to give up. Oh my goodness. Peter Rabbit's Defender here with the $9.99 super chat. I think he says worst movies of 2021. 15. Teen Titans Go. Teen Titans Go.
He's got them numbered. Yeah. So
yes. Okay. So that's wow. Okay. That's 15. Okay. Space Jam.
Go see Space Jam.
Teen Titans Go See Space. There was a Teen Titans Go See Space Jam.
This is the first time hearing of it too. What?
I never heard of that.
The only time I laughed at anything Space Jam related was when South Park post-COVID cracked a joke about it.
Yes.
In both parts. That was the only time I laughed about it.
Oh my God. Was that not great? Was that not
pretty funny?
Yeah.
And I haven't seen South Park in years, but I saw that because the premise is, they're all grown up.
Yeah.
And in a post-COVID world. Like even just thinking about it, I just can't help but chuckle about the dumb shit that happened in that.
I mean, I guess if there is a Teen Titans Go See Space Jam, that's probably
funny.
be one of the worst. Woman in the Window. I didn't see that one.
That's with Amy Adams, I think.
What is SAS?
SAS.
Escape Room 2. I didn't see Escape Room 2. He's
I
all
forgot
that.
they came out this year.
Yeah, I know. Jeez. He's all that. I didn't see that one. Misfit. I didn't see that one. Old. I saw Old. I thought Old was a good premise. He did not stick the ending with that one though, at all. Cinderella. I didn't see that one.
This
Thunder
is why they
Force.
were the worst movies, Enosh.
I guess
Nobody
so.
saw
I
them.
didn't see any of these. Halloween Kills. I did not see Halloween Kills.
Oh, Halloween sucks? Yeah.
But I've heard some people say that they really loved it. Snake Eyes.
Whoa!
Snake Eyes is the #1 worst movie of the year.
Snake Eyes is awful.
We've
Snake
heard about
Eyes
that.
is so bad. So bad. Red Notice? Really? You didn't like Red Notice? Everybody seems to like Red Notice.
It was okay.
Huh. I haven't seen it yet. My wife wants to see it. Tiffany wants to see it so bad, but she's waiting for me. Music.
Oh, it's the Sia film.
Oh. Dear Evan Hansen. I don't even know what that is. And Chaos Walking is his #1. Huh.
Why is Tom and Jerry not on this list?
Did you guys, not genre, but did you guys see Don't Look Up?
I did.
Oh yeah, put that on the list too. It was bad.
You didn't like it? Oh,
Was it?
It was bad.
I loved it. I loved it.
Because I just saw that on here, and
I thought it was one of the best movies of last year, even though it was a Netflix release.
Saggy, what are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about, Saggy. You're talking about this best song of 2022. You're saying if I don't play the song, we're no longer friends. But I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't see where you posted that, Saggy. You didn't send it to me directly, so I don't know where you posted it. Did you post?
And just for the record, I loved Halloween Kills more than the Halloween 2018.
Oh my God, people!
More comments from Grace in the chat. Is she taking on the offer to come on and prove if it's really her?
I'm looking. See, it's
So-
so you can find us Poindexter Lounge.
I was the first to break the scoop that Jason
see it,
Pilar
yeah. No,
greenlit the Snyder Cut.
Oh no! What is
I mean,
this?
my opinions are trash because I liked Mortal
Hold on a
Kombat
second.
2021. Godzilla.
There's nothing wrong with that. I like that movie too. You're not alone, DL. Don't worry. I
love-
actually quite enjoyed that.
Is this
Hate me, everybody?
it's a
please.
Saggy Melon song. Okay.
Oh.
I love Godzilla vs Kong, and I like Space Jam: A New Legacy. So my opinions are trash.
Okay, see, you had me until you said Space Jam.
I know. It's
Saggy,
bad.
if I play
know
this,
it's bad.
if okay, Saggy, I just got to ask, if I play this, or am I going?
Just so long as you know it's.
No, Dork Knight. I love Teen Titans Go. Sometimes not. Sometimes yes. So I don't know. So Saggy, I got to ask you a question. So I didn't listen to the whole thing. It's like 1 minute and 38 seconds. If I play this though, am I going to cause like a whole huge rift between me and Matt Jarbo? You'll see what I mean in a second. I don't know what this song is. It's about Matt Jarbo by Saggy. So Grace Randolph says, so I was the first to break the scoop that Jason Kilar greenlit the Snyder Cut.
Would you like a trophy, ma'am?
That I will slow clap to.
I mean,
behind that slow clap. I don't know. Okay, so I guess
Grace
I tried.
so haunts my nightmares. Jeez.
Okay, so Matt played it on his stream. Okay, so as long as I'm not going to get copyright claimed for it, okay, so I can't wait for Enosh to play this masterpiece. Okay, I'm just wondering because like I saw that it contains something, and I had no idea what it contained. So that's okay. It says we don't talk about Jarbo song parody. Okay, let's see what this is all about. Let's go.
We don't talk about Jarbo, no. We don't talk about Jarbo. But it was Zack Snyder day. We were getting ready, and after 4 hours went by. Jarbo walks in, their Snyderverse is dead. It's dead. Jarbo's a hater, goodbye. Sorry, Jarbo, you're Jarbo says the fans are insane. Why did he tell us? Doing so he floods my brain. He's a strange fellow. The Snyder fans won't be the same. What a stupid thing to say. We don't talk about Jarbo. No, no, no. We don't talk about Jarbo.
Okay.
Don't ever play that again.
Yeah.
Thank you, Saggy.
Please don't ever play that again.
Thanks for the effort.
Got to work on your harmonies, man.
I don't know what I just watched.
Yeah,
to be quite honest with you, not quite sure.
That was something.
Yep, it was something.
Something else.
It was something. Let's see.
100%.
Zentech here. Zentech, what's up, my buddy Zentech from down under? I haven't seen Zentech in a while, but he shows up every once in a while. So I always appreciate him. Love this guy. Says, hey, Poindexter Lounge. With the news that Val Kilmer might be coming back for The Flash, do you think Andre Cedino was correct about George Clooney and Chris O'Donnell's return? Oh, that's a private joke. For those of you who don't know, there's a guy named Andre Cedino who reports on DC stuff, and Zentech actually trolled him for 8 years. 8 years. And he thought he had all these scoops that George Clooney and Chris O'Donnell were coming back and all these other people. I like who knows? I mean, is Val Kilmer really going to come back for The Flash?
No.
I doubt it. I highly doubt that.
No.
I mean, simply because like he took over the same Batman that Michael Keaton was, same with Clooney. So it feels really redundant to try and spin a story that those two Batman of all would come back, especially after the fact that Michael Keaton's been confirmed to be not only in this, but now Batgirl too. It's like, come on, guys.
Plus, Val didn't even want to come back for Batman and Robin. Like after Forever, he's like, "No, I'm not doing this anymore."
Well, look, and I've seen Val Kilmer up close. Okay, I've seen Val Kilmer up close, and I'm just being honest. Like, dude,
he's not in good shape.
He's not in good shape, man. I look, I love Val Kilmer. I think that
serious health issues
in that group of films. He did a fine job. Like, I really feel that he did a good job. I think that Batman Forever is a good film. I like it. But I don't know what you would have him do in his current situation.
Yeah.
In a film like that. I mean, I don't know. I don't know.
I would do what Zack Snyder did in, like, you know how he cast Mark McClure as like that cop in Zack Snyder's Justice League? I would kind of do that for the other Batman. Or anyone else that's been in like Superman, Batman movies or whatever. That's truthfully what I would do. But
what is it you would do?
I would basically kind of put them in like, small little cameo roles, like how Zach had Mark McClure play the cop that gives Lois Lane the
yeah.
That'd be good.
Yeah, that was great. Yeah, no, I loved that that cameo for him a whole lot better than what was in the original Justice League, the 2017 the original Justice League. You know what I'm talking about, the 2017 Justice League.
I just thought of something because someone mentions the only way they see footage from past DC films showing up in the Flash movie is when the Flash is running through the Speed Force. Is there no irony lost on anybody that this whole Flashpoint movie was suggested by the scene in Batman versus Superman that Zach planned out of Barry traveling through time to warn Bruce about what was coming with the alternative future?
Yeah,
even Zach, like, but Zach's concept got picked up by Warner Brothers. They shit all over him, take that and run with it in a different direction. It's just so shameful and sad.
Well, I mean, to be fair, there is also one other person's name on the credits in those whiteboards who's still kind of at WB and would more than likely have license to utilize said things since he did have a creative hand in those whiteboards.
That is
Jeff Johns.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Just that. That's how I feel about that whole. Yep.
Yeah.
By the way, another day that Snyderverse is trending.
Isn't that every day though, Enosh?
Oh yeah, well,
Every
pretty
day,
much
Twitter.
every day Snyderverse or some form of it is trending. I mean, I think we've just gotten used to it by now. Also, today also trending is hashtag boycott WB.
That's not going to help anyone.
I know, but I mean, it is trending. Look, I don't know. I do want to bring this up though, because Caden, before it goes away, Caden, thank you so much, Caden. Caden has been a member now for 3 months. Thank you, sir. And says, I'm glad we are friends. Love you, Nash. Caden, I'm glad we are friends too, man. And I love you too, bro. And I hope to do some work with you here in the coming year for sure. And I'm glad that we've had an opportunity to have you on the channel more often. Peter Rabbit's Defender with a $9.99 super chat. Thank you, sir. Again, says honorable mentions of my fave movies. Now here we go. All right, here we go. Free Guy. I'm there all day long.
I haven't seen it still.
Haven't seen it?
still. Yeah.
Let me just tell you. Just watch Free Guy. Free Guy.
I'm going to see it.
I tell you right now, I saw the thing in the theaters and I was like, for a movie that pops in without being part of a previous, IP and all that stuff. I mean, yeah, it kind of does borrow from, the iconic thing now that Fortnite has become, and those kind of games in general.
Yeah,
but
it's
inspired by that. But I'll tell you what, it still is it's a fun movie, and I love it, and my kids loved it. I loved it. It was a fun time for the entire family, and I look to see. I know that they're doing a sequel, so I really look forward to see what they're going to do going forward. Also, he says Spencer.
Oh, it's the one with Kristen Stewart.
Oh, I didn't see that one.
Okay. I've seen.
Oh, about Lady Diana.
Yeah, I've seen bits of it, but I haven't seen it in full.
Okay. Also, it's got Eternals on here. You know what? Eternals is
Not
absolute
popular opinion.
It's all right.
Look, Eternals is absolute proof. It should be proof to anybody that I am willing to change my opinion about something, because I said from the beginning, like, I have no desire to watch Eternals whatsoever. I wasn't looking forward to it. I wasn't happy about it. I was just like, whatever, dude. I never read it. I don't know the characters. I don't know anything to do with it. William was on here like every week. RJ was on here every week telling me like, Enosh is going to be the most important thing going forward, blah, 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 blah. And then I went and saw it and I loved it. And of course, the minute that I loved it, everybody else hated it. So like, I'm on here saying like, hey, you know what? You guys are right. I really enjoyed this movie. This film was like, it made sense. It didn't insist upon itself. It like, you didn't have to like watch the entire other 30 movies in the the franchise for it to make sense. It was actually really good. No, we hate it. So now I've just realized I'm at an age where, everything that I like, people will hate, and everything that I hate, people will like.
Welcome to my world.
Welcome to my world. Yeah. Matrix 4. I'm with you.
Enjoyed it.
Suicide Squad. I think the Suicide Squad is one of those things. I think it's okay. I think it's good. I don't think it's horrible. I don't think that it's like what some people are saying, that it's like the worst movie ever made. There are parts of it that absolutely annoyed me.
I don't think it beat the original either as much as people insist.
I don't think it beat the original.
I think that would be proven if the Ayer cut was released. I think that I liked the original Suicide Squad very much, knowing that there's more to that film that we haven't seen, or the way we got the opportunity to be exposed to what Zack's cut of Justice League was like. And I just thought the ending, I just thought it was too light in the violence and stuff. I'm not much for violence that is thrown out there like for laughs and giggles and stuff, just because that's just the way I am, and I just didn't like it in that movie.
Yeah, I think the Suicide Squad, if you look at the DC, at least for me, the DC films on a spectrum, I have at one end what I would consider like the high bar, and that's obviously, Man of Steel, Zack Snyder's Justice League, Wonder Woman, probably Aquaman. And then the very other end, the very tail end, this is literally at the bottom of my list, even below, Suicide Squad, Wonder Woman 84, I would even say Justice League. I really do not like the Suicide Squad. The more I watch it, I'm just not a fan of it.
Wow,
it was entertaining. I don't want to I'm not I enjoyed it more than Wonder Woman 84. But I think it was overrated. I think that the way that they set the Suicide Squad up, they set everyone's expectations up really, really high. And I went and I'm just like, this isn't as good as the original. And it's entertaining, but it's not all the shit that the PR department is pushing. And I really could care less about James Gunn. Yeah, I don't think I mean, he's an adequate filmmaker. He's entertaining, but they promote him like he's Steven Spielberg. And it's just like, no, the guy's not
I
all
don't
that.
think he's Steven Spielberg. And honestly, outside of Guardians and this, I haven't liked anything James Gunn has done.
Yeah.
So I don't really put him on this high pedestal. But for me, because I didn't like 2016 Suicide Squad. And I'm not putting it against David Ayer because they chopped up his movie. So I'm sure the Ayer cut is better. But for me, the 2016 movie we got, I thought it was a chopped up, edited mess for me.
But the 2016 movie to me fit the tone, the tonal landscape of what Zack set up in Batman versus Superman, what we ended up seeing in Justice League, and to a certain degree, even though it was a prequel because it took place before all those events, the tone of the original Wonder Woman. I liked the dark grittiness of Suicide Squad, even though it did have some dark humor in it. The Suicide Squad was almost all like, oh, we're going to kill people for laughs and chuckles, and oh, Peacemaker's an asshole, but it's funny. And it's just like, tonally, it didn't fit the landscape that those characters originally came from.
Right.
That's what kind of pushed me away from it.
There is a very distinct difference in the way that the Squad operates from the first film that David Ayer shot and the studio went ahead and edited, and then the film that they let James Gunn make.
Yeah.
And I truly think that there's just like a fundamental misunderstanding of just how that Squad and how things within that, the way that Squad is, traditionally utilized. I just think he completely just threw a lot of it out the window and went, they're called the Suicide Squad. Let's just watch them blow some heads up and be funny about it.
Yeah. And it was his tone in Guardians of the Galaxy. So much is played for laughs. And Suicide Squad is not Guardians of the Galaxy. And once again, Warner Brothers goes and poaches somebody from Marvel to try to emulate Marvel's success. I'm sorry, actually Marvel's box office and make the money that Marvel makes, not understanding that they have something that's different from what Marvel is putting out. So they shouldn't be in a rush to catch up with Marvel. They should trust their creatives like Zack or Ayer that were operating from a blueprint to create something unique on its own that they've since just torpedoed with every bad creative decision that the executives have continued to make.
So we got halfway through that list.
I just want to say one more thing.
Sure, you got it.
Also say really quick that also on that same very same token, the Suicide Squad is very much carte blanche, unhinged James Gunn film.
Yep.
Right,
No question
and that's
about
what I really appreciated because, like, with his Suicide Squad, I didn't feel like it was like a studio mandated movie. It felt like his vision. So the directions and the writing felt more organic, and I felt like the characters introduced in this movie had a little bit more dimension than how it was in 2016. And for me, I thought most of the jokes landed, and that was one of the things I was afraid of because whenever I see an unhinged James Gunn, I tend to hate it. Before Guardians, like when he's unhinged and dark, I'm like, I tend to not like it, but I was surprised how much I did like his humor, and I didn't feel like it was distasteful how violent he was, and he was able to mix the tones pretty well. So that's just how I felt.
Well, another thing that bugged me about it was that Bloodsport was essentially just
Deadshot with Nerf guns.
Yeah, it's like you can't even. They should have figured out a way to bring him back, or it's just like, okay, well, we can't get him, so let's like basically make a carbon copy of him with a different name.
Right.
I thought Harley was more interesting in the original when they also had the Joker dynamic that wasn't fully fleshed out because of the way that the studio recut the original film.
Yeah.
And I have to say, though, the one thing at the end that did kind of get me of the Suicide Squad was I felt bad for Starro. I mean, I think that there was some legitimacy to here's this. He just wanted to float around in space and enjoy the stars. And I think that I will say by the third act of the Suicide Squad, I enjoyed it. I think it was getting there that it just didn't engage me.
Yeah, like I said, I didn't think it was bad. There was a lot of part that I did enjoy about it, and I think that some of the gripes and the complaints about it were just because people just wanted to hate it.
Yeah.
And they were just anti this, but it's like I kept telling people, like, literally David Ayer is friends with James Gunn and was literally supporting him in his thing. Like, it wasn't like they were enemies fighting it out for who did the best Suicide Squad movie.
Right.
I thought it was a little self-serving, and when their promotion department was just like, oh, from the beautiful crazy mind of
James Gunn.
James Gunn, like, who the heck
Guys,
cares? Like,
he's
most
not that
people
big,
don't even
guys.
know who that is by name. You know what I mean? It's not like he's got like that kind of carte blanche name, whatever. But but it was what it was. But
one last point. Interesting how much fans accepted the carnage at the end of the Suicide Squad as entertaining and funny. All those innocent citizens of what was the name of the country? I'm forgetting.
Corto Maltese.
Corto Maltese. But Superman didn't save everyone in Metropolis. Too much violence, too much death.
Because they're villains. That's what I was told. It's because they're villains.
The Corto Maltese, the citizens of Corto Maltese were villains.
No, the people creating the issues were villains. So of course they wouldn't try to get the normal people away from the destruction. That's what I was told. That's what I was told. Okay. Also, I want to get to the super chat. Okay. Spielberg's West Side Story.
Best film of 2021. Best film of 2021.
Wow. Look at
loved
DL
it.
coming alive. Holy cow.
Dune.
No. West Side Story is better.
Okay. Wow. Okay. Jeez.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, you can at me on that.
Lost Daughter. Haven't seen that. Don't Look Up.
Why?
Yes. Because it illustrates what our society is today. Our media culture, the fact that people don't want to pay attention to science or facts because it's not entertaining
I haven't
enough.
seen that one either, but I plan
Watch.
on seeing that.
We got to talk about it, Inash, when you see it. Definitely.
Last Night in Soho.
Loved it.
Shang-Chi.
Fantastic.
Shang-Chi. I liked it. Cry Macho. Have not seen it.
I have not seen it.
Green Knight. I still haven't seen Green Knight.
Seen that
I need
either.
to see Green Knight.
Yeah.
And Wrath of Man. Haven't seen that one. And Cop Shop.
Nope.
Haven't seen that one.
Last Night in Soho, I really highly recommend. Very
It's
great
the one
fantasy
Edgar Wright film I
thriller.
haven't seen yet.
Paul here talking about the song says, let's acknowledge the moment that we had, move on, and never, ever talk about it again. Inash doing a golf clap there. It was a song. Okay. Jared's Dark Side here. Dark Side's Enash with a $2 super chat. Thank you, sir. Says Enash, you missed Caden's member chat. I got to it. Thank you so much. But I appreciate that. That's super nice of you to give a super chat to bring up Caden's. Yeah, I didn't see it, but now I did see it. So thank you so much. Yes, you missed the whole thing, man. You missed the whole thing. I'm so sorry.
Missed 20 times.
You missed so much. It was amazing. Zack Snyder was here. He flat out.
Grace Randolph was here.
Zack Snyder was here. He called Grace Randolph out on her absolute lies and said, next year, looking forward to starting work on Zack Snyder's Justice League Part 2. I'm sorry you missed it. It was absolutely the greatest moment in the lounge ever. Let's see here. Let's make sure. Okay, I got a couple more here to get to. Eternal is one of my faves. Yeah, it was one of my faves of the year. I thought it was really great. I really enjoyed it, actually, to be honest with you. But like my favorite movies that came out in the theater, I gotta say, probably Spider-Man is my favorite.
Spider-Man. Yep.
I gotta say, Spider-Man is probably my favorite of the year.
That's a tough one to top.
Yeah, it was just it clicked on all the cylinders. Was it a perfect movie? No, but you know what? It clicked on all the things that I needed it to click on. So, Galliette Productions here with a $1.99 super chat says, "See my DMs on Twitter." Okay. Let's see. I think I know. I'm trying to remember who Galliette is because you may want to DM me again because I literally got like 8 different DMs from people, and I think I remember, but I don't know you by this name very often. So I remember it's one of you guys, but I can't remember exactly which one. So I apologize. I do apologize for that because I'm not used to seeing you as Galliette. That's why. All right. Now we know what a parody is. I'm just not. I'll be honest. I'm not very familiar with that song. So you do have to be kind of familiar with the song for it to really like hit.
Yeah, if that was a parody, it wasn't a great one.
I'm sorry, Saggy. I'm sorry, Saggy. But Saggy, yeah, we love you. We love you. We still love you.
We love our Saggy melons.
We love Saggy. In fact, Saggy, I got a drop that I got to play for you. That I got to get the drop from. It was from our New Year's Eve stream because James, who she was going on about James's beard, my new friend James, and he addressed you on our New Year's Eve stream. So there you go. Jared Darkside's Enash here. says, took my mom to see Free Guy, got theater to ourselves. We had a great time. Heck yeah, it was a great film. I really recommend that. It's just a fun time at the theater, and it's a fun time. I would say just watching it in general. I can't wait to watch it again. Let's see. H Bart's here. Max Rebo. I love it. $2 super chat. Thank you, man. Max Rebo's band. Like, we need to get the Max Rebo band on here, right? Okay. Gotta push through this. Hey, Elmo. Yes. Like Elmo said, there's 117 people here. Please make sure you hit that like button. We definitely need your help. It's been great to see everybody here tonight. We got some more here coming up. Yeah, a lot of people saying Dune.
Dune was good.
I liked. Look,
loved
at first I hated Dune, to be honest with you. I rewatched again. It wasn't that bad. It just you know how sometimes it's just like when you see it, you know what I mean. Like I was tired. Like I was not ready to watch Dune, to be quite honest with you. And I just like, yeah,
it's a commitment. You got to sit down.
It is. Yeah, it is. Like I still don't even understand it all or really get it all, but like
Destiny Villeneuve.
Yeah. H Bart's here with a $5 super chat. Thank you, H Bart. Oh, says last night in Soho had Hammer film poster. So it gets a 10 for me. There you go. He really liked the poster. When you like the poster, you like the poster. That's all it needs to be said.
Okay.
Andrew Casali with a $5 super chat. Thank you, sir. Says my top 6 movies of 2021. Number 6, The Matrix. Number 5, Space Jam.
Space Jam. Somebody likes Space Jam too.
Somebody likes Space Jam too. We found the guy. Free Guy. Ghostbusters Afterlife.
That was good.
Let me just say, Ghostbusters Afterlife. I'll tell you what, man. I saw it the week after I saw Spider-Man, and I don't think I've cried that much in a theater. Like, dude, I'm sitting there watching the thing, and I started crying, and I'm just bawling. I'm just gushing tears. And I look over at my wife, and she's sitting there with tears coming down her eyes too. And I kind of like slapped her. I said, stupid movie, stupid Ghostbuster movie, like hits me right in the feels and makes me feel something for this, like that I never thought that I would feel before. Have you guys seen Ghostbusters?
Yeah.
Yes.
The nostalgia factor was strong.
It was really
it was there.
Well, also seeing the guys back together, I think, is what triggered.
Yes.
Although I think it was really pretty bold to like decide to do a prequel that didn't necessarily rely on the guys until the end of the movie. Although I did think that the one thing that got me was like, there's no way people living in this reality didn't know of the original paranormal situation in New York in 1984. That'd be like people forgetting about 9/11.
Yeah, this happened in Ghostbusters too, as well. Like,
yeah,
do people have amnesia? What's going on?
Yeah, very bad, convenient plot device. But that aside, I liked, how it ended up.
And he goes on here. Number 2 was Zack Snyder's Justice League. All right, and number 1 was Spider-Man: No Way Home. A lot of people giving their top 10s. I will say this, I have not. Usually, I always release my top 10 like right away after the first of the year. This year, I've just been so busy, I haven't done it. I would still like to do that. If you guys are interested, I will still put that together. Usually we have a whole stream about it, or a video about it, and I just haven't done that this year. I don't know why. Just because a lot didn't come out that I really saw. But Peter Rabbit's Defender pretty much saw every movie and a bunch of movies we didn't even know, because I didn't even catch last one that it was apparently more than 20. Because here is his $10 super chat again that lists 20 through 11. I love how this stream turned into like, what are your favorite movies of the last year? I love it. But he says here, my top 20 fave movies of 2021, 20 through 11. Number 20 was 9 Days. I don't know what that movie is. Number 19, Summer of Soul. Number 18, Malignant.
Malignant.
Malignant, I thought was a good concept, but it got me. I love
Summer
the twist.
Soul is a documentary, right?
I love the twist, but I didn't like the movie. Number 17, The Novice, a must for Snyder fans, made by Snyder's student. 16, Passing. 15, Power of Dog. 14, Bell. 13, Hand of God. 12, Belfast, and 11, Tick Tick Boom. Now I plan on seeing Tick Tick Boom.
Yeah,
I have
Tick,
not.
Tick, Boom.
I have not seen that yet. Let's see. Integrity 101. Did you hear that, guys? Enosh confirms Zack Snyder's Justice League 2. Enosh is my source. Hashtag blame Enosh. Yes. Zack Snyder was here. I mean, look, when Zack Snyder's here and he says it, you just, what are you going to do? Thank you, Arwix. I appreciate that. That's what we try to do on this show. We really try to give, people yell at me all the time from both sides because they're like, why do you let these people on the channel? And why do you let these people on the channel? Because I like to have conversations, and I don't want an echo chamber. And as long as people are respectful of each other and they're not calling each other names and they're not being jerks to each other, we can all coexist. Like, we don't all have to like the same things just because we're nerds and we kind of like the same stuff, right? I mean, it's okay. It really is. So I appreciate it. Says, I really enjoyed listening to everyone's diverse opinion on the show today. I still need to watch The Matrix. There you go. Peter Rabbit's Defender with another $9.99 super chat. Thank you, bro. This is 10 through 1. This is the big one. This is the 10 through 1 for Peter Rabbit's Defender. Here we go. Number 10, The Rescue. I didn't even know there were this many movies that came out this year.
Yeah, there's a lot.
Dang. Number 9, The Last Duel. I haven't seen that one. Number 8, King Richard. I haven't seen
the
that
other
one.
best movie of the year. The other best movie of the year.
Number 7, Mitchell versus Machine. Number 6, Drive My Car. Number 5, Spider-Man No Way Home. Number 4, Coda. This one thing we're learning about Peter Rabbit's Defender. Peter Rabbit's Defender sees a lot of movies, and he's pretty diverse in all of his movies. I will say that, man. He's got a great diverse take here. Number 3, In the Heights. Wasn't really a fan of that one. Number 2 is Dune. Number 2 is Dune.
One more time?
Number
Dune,
2
right?
is
Yeah.
Dune. Yes. Number 1 is Zack Snyder's Justice League. Overlooks The Voyeurs, Zola, Gunpowder, and Milkshake. Or Gunpowder Milkshake?
Gunpowder Milkshake, yeah.
Yep. Okay. So there you go. Good. Galliot Productions says, non-Kino Cinephile. There you go. Hey, yes. I did see, he sent me a bunch of, yes, I did see that. Non-Kino. Sent me a bunch of pictures of custom action figures that he made. Very cool. Very cool, by the way. I will send you my opinion. He asked my opinion on. I will send you my opinion on those action figures. Very, very cool. Let's see. Hold on a second, and then we want to say goodbye to Phil. Give me just 1 second here. We're gonna read this one. H Bart's here. Just don't want it to go away. H Bart's with a $5 super chat says, Enosh, I think you should let everyone know that big secret from 2021.
What's secret?
Oh, yeah. Okay, I know what he's talking about. Okay, so for those of you asking, so everybody knows that there was Deranged Enosh, right? That this guy was hanging out in all the chats called Deranged Enosh. It was this big thing, like, who is Deranged Enosh? Who was it going to be? We couldn't figure out who it was. I'll be honest with you. In the end, yeah, but I get it. But Deranged Enosh also led us on, speaking of Phil coming in as the Riddler and everything, people were calling Deranged Enosh my Riddler because he kept dropping these hints of who he was, saying that he knew me like he was family, and that I knew who he was, that I had made him breakfast, that I had done all this different stuff. And I'm like, what the heck? Who is this person? And everybody that I guessed, it wasn't that person. Turns out, ladies and gentlemen, drum roll for those of you who didn't hear on New Year's Eve, because he said that if we didn't figure it out, that he'd come in on New Year's Eve and tell us. It was H Barts. So it was H Barts. So
Get back here, shocker!
it was H Barts. So there you go. But we love H Barts, and dude, I am very thankful for you, man, and thankful for the fun that you brought to that controversy, that whole thing. We had a good time with it. But that being said, Phil is saying he's getting a little tired there. So Phil, why don't you tell everybody where they can find you, sir? Because I would love to promote what you do.
Well, thanks again, man. Thanks again for the invite. It was a lot of fun coming in and talking about all this stuff that's been just overtaking the conversation on the socials. If anyone wants to follow me along, it's just at, Unfiltered, just right there on the social platform.
I get it.
Yeah,
Unfiltered, because you're Phil.
That's right. Yeah. It's on Twitter, Vero, Instagram. You guys can listen to my podcast, Superhero Stress, or The Eternal Night, both on Podbean. And you can also find me on the Four Nerds channel every Friday night at the Late Night Poll.
Heck yeah. Well, hey, Phil, it's always a good time having you on, man, and talking to you. I always think that you have some really great takes on stuff, and yeah, man, I appreciate you. Appreciate you coming in tonight, man, and having some fun with us and talking about a topic that a lot of people are really hot about right now, like you said.
Williams here.
At the end of the day, I'm sure William's going to have something to say about it. William's just going to tell us that, because he's older. He's older than all of us. He's older than all of us, so he's just going to tell us, you guys just need to stop acting like children. Just get over it.
Grace Randolph was everywhere I turned today, man.
Like an a bad STD.
Oh, hey now.
Well, no, because I was watching streams, and like if you list down the YouTube streams, like Grace Randolph, Film Junkie, like wow, she must have really. she
You've
flipped the
missed a
car
lot,
over today.
William. You've missed a lot earlier.
Just saying,
Well, I
man.
saw our tweet, and listen, I saw our tweet, and I saw.
Any trouble? I'm here fishing, minding my own business.
So gross.
What happened there? I didn't.
Oh,
You missed a lot here. I meant our conversation earlier.
Oh yeah, what was going on?
Well, the Grace Randolph. You've missed a lot of our Grace Randolph bashing or discussion.
I just get because William was that hilarious. Ho, Phil, unfiltered.
Clever, man. I love when people are clever with the names that they're given. You know, you couldn't choose a name, but you can always choose how it's used. But yeah, I mean, this stuff, it's gotten to the point where the only thing that is certain and is that there's going to be change here soon. And so it really doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Even the principles involved. Like I said, if Ben Affleck says something, nothing matters now because everybody is saying and reporting on what the circumstances are now. Those circumstances will mean absolutely nothing real soon. And
Always in motion is the future.
For each and everybody who keep saying, well, you don't know what's going to happen with the merger and people are going to keep their job. You don't believe me. Believe these two eye things that they put in your sockets from, that God gave you, your ears, and this invention that came out in the 90s, the internet.
So basically what you're telling us all is
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, sweetheart. Don't worry about it, sweetheart.
Well, what I'm saying is basically nothing.
Oh, I'm sorry, DL. I'm not allowed to.
You did that to William.
Oh my God!
That's William.
Good night. It's all William's now.
You did it to William. You did it to William.
I'll just excuse myself and go pee. Go ahead, William.
Oh, turn the mic off,
down
please.
by the white man.
Yeah, but no, none of the stuff that people are reporting is going to matter because the situation literally resets itself come March. I mean, nothing. Grace can report all these scoopers. None of that stuff is really going to matter once it happens. I mean, none of the stuff that they're rumoring and stuff. It's really all about.
I mean, current like ideas and like not ideas, but I mean current ideals in business. Yeah, they don't matter, but current plans of movies that like already filmed and filming right now do matter. But
not really. No, and it's cool. Fans think that matters, and I'm one of you. I'm a fan,
right?
But I thought New Mutants was coming out after they wrapped it 4 years ago, and I sat around for 4 years waiting for New Mutants. Film executives.
I mean, New Mutants is like one of those movies that you can like delay, whatever. But Flash, it's a movie that's a cataclysmic event.
Flash is probably going to, unfortunately for Flash, because regardless of quality, regardless, we can talk about that on a totally different day. The Flash is going to end up being the most irrelevant movie in regards to future plans as anything, because it is a vehicle for the current regime, the outgoing regime, to flesh out their ideas. And those ideas aren't going to mean much to the incoming regime. It's just, they're passing in the wind. It will be a movie, and they'll have to reevaluate the Flash. The Flash is going to happen, but the consequences of the Flash are what's going to be. Not.
I mean, the first consequence of the Flash, and that is from this regime, will be Batgirl, and that's it. Like that's
not even that,
and yeah, exactly, not even that really. And we honestly don't even know what that like. It can honestly mean anything for these upcoming things as well. So like. But I still don't think that the whole idea that Flash can have major reshoots and delays and stuff is not as grand.
No. It's because that movie is not going to mean anything to the incoming regime.
Right. They can honestly make that their own. Like they can, because like what we've seen, like what you and me talked about when Ezra came out and said it's not racing stuff, blah blah blah. That it's honestly can be setting a new timeline for this new regime to come in and to do their own new story and to take those stories that weren't so as like controversial, like Shazam and Birds of Prey and stuff, and continue that in this new timeline, and which we see that they're doing with Black Canary. And Black Canary could be anything with the new regime. And like Misha Green and obviously Misha Green and Journey have teased it a bit on what it can honestly be like with the longbow hunters. It could be with them. It could be with Lady Shiva. It could be whatever. And
But I would not be surprised if they came in and they just made an announcement, introduced themselves, and said, "Hold up, everybody. We need to reevaluate everything and see what we want to do, because some of these things are going to go forward, but they're probably going to go forward in a drastically different fashion than they were launched. So the concept of the idea is probably going to change differently because the people that are incoming and their hierarchy have different needs than the people who are outgoing, and you're going to want to give those incoming people a lot of space to operate in. So I be honest with you, I wouldn't be surprised if we went for a period of time where there's nothing going on, because that reevaluation period, they need to go in and take stock of what they got and go forward with the things that they, that make sense. And the other ones that they're just throwing up against the wall, you know what? That wall belongs to somebody else now. So all this stuff that's coming out, I mean, it's really important for people not to get their blood pressure up. And that includes that stuff that comes from the principals. Like if Cavill came out tomorrow and told me it was over, I would be like, I'll see you in March, dude. If Zack Snyder posted something and said, you know what, I'm done working with WB management right now, I'd be like, okay, cool. And that may be true, but I'll get back to me in May or April or June once a different regime. Right now, everything is under the backdrop of the current management. So of course these guys are going to do as little as possible. If I'm Ben Affleck, I come back and do what I can to, to work with Michietti. But as far as like announcing what I'm going to do, big time plans, saying I'm done with IP, I think that's BS. That's like me at 47 believing that Santa Claus is coming around still.
Santa Claus is still coming. Santa Claus comes down the chimney.
When you see how he said he walked away from it on Jimmy Kimmel's show like 4 or 5 years ago, and he came back.
Yeah.
So
He walked away from Warner Brothers. I'm not Batman.
Yeah, he walked away from the regime. If Zach called him up and said, we're getting the band back together, he'd be there in a heartbeat, I believe.
By the way, I just got back from the kitchen where I picked up this can of whipped cream, and I will just say Zack Snyder was in there. He was putting the final signature on the contract. He is coming back. Zack Snyder's Justice League 2 and 3. Also, he's going to be the new Kevin Feige for DC, and that's what they're calling the position, the new Kevin Feige. That's what the position has officially been called.
William's going to love that.
New Kevin Feige. So it's reason to celebrate.
Oh my God. I don't know who you saw in your kitchen.
How sweet it is.
Or
Grace Randolph. Grace Randolph was crying in the corner.
Are you sure that was Zack Snyder, not Andy Samberg?
Grace Randolph was crying in the corner, was saying, "Please, Zach, don't do it. It's going to make me look so bad." And then there were a couple other YouTubers there too, and they were very upset about the whole situation. But we don't want to get
in your living in your kitchen.
They may or may not be friends
in your kitchen. And you sure it wasn't Andy Samberg? You sure?
Good.
No, it wasn't Andy Samberg. There was something in a box. Sorry. Okay. Simon Sexton here with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Simon. Let me get this
off the screen, please.
That's so good. Did I freeze? I froze.
Yeah, you're frozen.
I froze, but you guys can still hear me. That's weird. Okay.
Now you're glitching. Now you went fast.
Yeah. And then let me see if I turn it on landline if it'll do anything different. Okay, maybe that'll affect it different. Okay, now okay.
Oh no. Jesus.
What's going on? I'm living in a weird world here.
You're jumping, you're freezing, you're glitching.
Hey, you know what? That's all right. We did a 4-hour stream earlier today on my channel that I wasn't even in. So I have no idea what even happened during that stream. So it's like, God only knows. I feel like I should take the stream down because I had people like in private chats going, "What the heck happened? Where's Enosh?" Like I literally just turned the stream over to people because I had to go and I was in a bad area. I was on my phone and I couldn't continue the stream. So and I couldn't even shut it down. So there it was. Simon Session with a $4.99 super chat brings up something that I really love. So I want to make sure to talk about this. It says, "Yo, Enosh, Darth Angelus." Darth Angelus, if you don't know who Darth Angelus is a filmmaker from the UK that I've actually interviewed here on the channel. And his Heir to the Empire animation was something that we did a watch or like a reaction watch too, and he said it was the first time anybody had ever reacted to something like that, and so we ended up getting to know each other. And excuse me, he's been on the channel. We did a whole interview about this thing. He's doing the entire Heir to the Empire book in animation, right?
Yeah.
So it's been pretty cool. So yes, I did see
I
he
saw it too.
redid part 1 with updated animation, and so it's very, very cool. You know what? In fact, let me see if I can. Let's see here, Darth Angelus. Yes, Heir to the Empire. Here it is. And let me pull it up. See, do I see the new one? Oh, it says fixed. Yes. So so here, let me so I will put this in here because you know what? I believe in what he's doing, man. I loved those books. So I'm gonna put this Heir to the Empire animation. So this is that. So go check that out. I think you guys will like it if you guys like that stuff. If you like, you know, Star Wars, you'll love this. So I've enjoyed it. He's going throughout the entire book, and then he's got plans to do more after that. So I think that's really cool. He wants to do the other books as well. Peter Rabbit's Defender with another $9.99 super chat. Holy cow, Peter Rabbit's Defender. Thank you so much, bro. Says The Novice, made by Lauren Hathaway. She was a sound department. She was in the sound department for Zack Snyder's Justice League, and Zack Snyder really believes in her. Please support the movie. P.S. The Voyeurs is a comeback of erotic thriller.
Ooh, erotic thriller.
Like Basic Instinct type is what he's
Basic Instinct, huh? Little
Oh my God.
What's that? Hold on. I should probably do this better here. Oh, see, it's covering the good parts.
Thank goodness.
Yeah. Thank heaven for small miracles.
Oh my God. Edash, you are not that
My socks are
flexible.
dirty. My socks are dirty. I had these socks on all day.
And you're not Sharon Stone, so that's another thing.
I'm not Sharon Stone.
No.
What the heck?
Nope.
What the heck? I don't know. Okay. Sydney Sweeney is worth every penny. There you go. Thank you, Peter Rabbit's Defender. Then let's see here. I haven't had a banana since since my bananas thing. What's up, Angie? Good to see you, Angie.
What's age?
You know what's funny about that, guys, is I almost brought a banana in here. I have a banana in the other. We always keep bananas in because I love bananas, and bananas are really good for you. And so I always keep banana in the house. And so I almost brought bananas in, but instead I brought the whipped cream because I thought you guys could appreciate that a little bit. Everybody likes whipped cream. Come on, let's do whippets together. Boba Fett's going to be on in a couple of minutes.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
We're having fun.
10 more minutes.
Right.
Doing that and watching Wrestle Kingdom at the same time.
Tina Dozy says he sent me an article. I will take a look at that. Let's see here. Did I miss one? Oh, here. Oh, Simon Section. Yes. Says, gentlemen, do you think that every superhero team needs an archer? Avengers has Hawkeye, Justice League has Green Arrow, and Youngblood has Shaft. He's a bad mother. Shut your mouth.
Well, those are all copies of one. So one generation copied the other generation. Hawkeye was a copy of Green Arrow for the most part because the Avengers, for the most part, were the answer to Justice League. So, and then Youngblood was obviously a copy of just about everything that came on because that was Image. So, I guess that would be yes.
Yondu was an archer in the original Guardians comics, but they changed his thing.
Yeah, to the whistle. Yeah.
Yeah, Yondu was old and wise, and he became what Michael. Well, not that's actually
Michael
not Yondu. Right? That's his grand. That's the Michael Rooker version is the descendant of, or is the great grand is a Yondu. I don't think he's the Yondu because the Yondu you see in Guardians of the Galaxy is in the future. So they took their own liberties.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of weird that like there's so many archers though when you kind of think about it.
Yeah, Katniss in Hunger Games, archer.
Well, the guy from Lord of the Rings.
Oh yeah,
Big Dub says William.
Legolas.
Big Dub says William. You don't believe in Santa? He's still real to me.
It's still real to me, damn it!
No,
I will
Santa,
believe
Santa Claus is not real. Santa Claus is not real. He's
Santa's
not
real.
No, he's not.
real.
Before I
not real.
believe
Stop
any
lying
of
to
the
your
stuff,
kids.
before I believe any of the stuff that people are saying right now, I think everybody's lying for one, and they're strategically lying because it's in their best interest to lie. Just like Andrew Garfield, it was in his best interest to keep his mouth shut.
Let me get that, sir. I have never in my life done anything just for the money. If I'm lying, may the Lord strike me down right now.
Everybody's in business for themselves. They're gonna tell the general public what they want them to hear until it's time to put ink to a contract. So I'm like I said, all these things coming out is like literally believing in the Easter Bunny, Krampus, the Jockalopes, El Chupacabra. That's basically what news is today when it regards DC films.
The Chupacabra.
Hey, don't bring out Chupacabra into this.
Chupacabra is real.
Don't you put Nessie in this? Don't you dare.
He's more real. He's more real than the future of DC films right now.
Agent, no, yes, the Pink Ranger was an archer as well. Yes.
Oh yeah, yeah. Every group has an archer.
Was the Pink Ranger an archer?
Yes. Yeah, she had a bow there.
Hey, but the Green Dragon had the flute.
was it?
Man. That was the flute.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just, I remember
The flute's the most powerful weapon ever.
I remember
Dragon Dagger.
I remember this Power Ranger.
All right, guys, let's do it. It's morphin' time. Peter Griffin.
Oh my god.
And of course I remember this classic episode.
Wait a minute. If we can't get into the front door, there's always the back door.
Oh my god.
So H Bart's here with a $5
That's what she
super chat.
said.
Yeah. H Bart's here with a $5 super chat says Matt Jarbo, Gat Yarbo, Nat Barbo, Pat Carbo, at Zarbo, Vat Tarbo.
Is that going to open up a code or something?
Whack
I know.
Jarbo.
It's like, oh god.
You
What
at
shit is this?
Jarbo.
It's the different variants of Matt Jarbo.
Oh.
Hold on a second. Integrity says, if you look closely behind the whipped cream, you can see Enosh has an image of Henry Cavill as Superman. This confirms Zack Snyder's Justice League 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Yes. You need a nice close up here,
It's like we have to look real close. Real close.
Oh Jesus!
There's a Superman ring. Superman ring.
This is
Superman ring.
Where the viewers? The viewers should be plunging now. Man, we've got them up there.
It's really good. The whipped cream is really good.
I think I attract this stuff from you when I just bring it out of you.
Oh man, I'm sorry about that.
Wow.
Okay.
And on that note, I gotta get some
Yeah, right. Hold on a second.
No.
What else? Okay. The original Pink Ranger. Yes, Kimberly Joe Johnson. Make it
The
stop.
one-
Make it stop. The back door's out.
Flat Marbo.
Flat Marbo.
That's an interesting.
H Barts is making Enosh say a spell. If you say it too long, the Jarbo appears.
It's Mitzelpix or whatever.
Oh my god.
Mitzelpix.
Mixopidlic.
It's like how Zatanna does the backwards stuff.
Angie says if you look
Oh.
closer, you can see Enosh's breakfast. Which was a banana.
No,
See, all goes
banana.
back. By the way, Angie, it's so good to see you. We haven't seen you in a while, Angie, and I miss you. So
Someone noticed that it was like a lot of.
So
Okay, no, we don't need to expand on that.
yeah. What a scene to unlock my phone for.
Oh my god.
That's great. And now play Cream by Prince. Could be worse. I could play that Saggy song that we played earlier. So I mean,
No.
Matt.
let's
Jarbo.
not.
No.
Let's not talk about Matt Jarbo. No.
Cupcakes. You know what?
Trust me, bro. Did you guys know that Val Kilmer is also in The Flash, but he's CGI? Trust me.
That's what people are
Trust
saying.
me.
I can
That's
believe
only
it.
fans
It's not in this
of content.
I mean,
Give you guys a little bit for free.
I think everybody but Ezra Miller is in the movie at a certain point.
Yeah.
Ezra gonna put cameo in the Flash?
You know why he was wearing a CGI suit the whole time? It's because they're going to CG him right out.
See him right out the door. Oh my god.
Well.
Jeez.
But they delayed Morbius. Damn it, that sucked.
Oh yeah, they did. Yeah.
That pissed me off.
And no, they're not adding Andrew Garfield in reshoots.
No, it's the right business decision.
You know, because if you look at it, because like they said, No Way Home overperformed, and it's going to be in the same window as No Way Home, so they're just like, let's scoot it back. And the Omicron.
That's it. Your major markets are getting hit by Omicron now, whereas
Omicron and overperforming by No Way Home are two double hitters.
We'll see, but I don't know about the overperformance. I heard that somewhere else, but the overperformance of No Way Home without Omicron would have actually been like a high
doubled.
But because of Omicron, and then they were just talking about it today, Toronto's shutting down their theater.
Yeah, New York just shut down like a lot.
In New York, so you take that; those are the 3 largest cities in North America. So you take those out of the equation. None of these other places matter. I'm not making fun of wherever you guys are living, but those financially, if you're going to put it in the theater,
LA kind of matters, but okay.
Huh? I mean,
I was saying LA, I was saying Los Angeles matters too.
Yeah, I mean it's huge. These are huge markets that they got to make.
That's still 100 people here. Awesome. You guys, please go hit that like button.
After the whipped cream.
Even after the whipped cream, man. We shot back up a couple. So there you go.
I think it's the whipped cream and that brings people back.
Yeah, well, maybe,
that's like crazy people then, boy.
Get a little shot.
They like it when Ina squirts some whipped cream in his mouth.
Okay. All right.
I think William likes it too.
No.
William likes it with a $5 super chat. Says, hello, Enosh. What have you done with my channel? The power of the Jarbo in the palm of my hand.
It was a dirty joke from the other.
I don't know. I don't know that you want to admit that you've had the power of Jarbo in the palm of your hand, H parts. I mean, I'm just saying, like, I guess maybe, but I wouldn't go telling everybody that. I'm just.
He already did.
Yeah,
Too late. His testicle sack is now so large, he has to wear a huge hoodie upside down instead of trousers.
Still just disturbing as the first time.
Yeah, so disturbing.
I can't even look at that one anymore. I got to aim my head somewhere else when I see that one.
Wait, in somewhere else in your head, like a different section of your head, it's stored in. Wow.
Yeah, well, he's got a special place for it. Yes, J Buddy. I'm like, scoop this, Grace.
She seemed to respond to. She seemed to be in a different tone today, though. I mean, I'm used to her being like, that voice, like, I mean, all that, but
what was that again?
I can't reach that note again, but she seemed.
William, you missed my nickname for her. Old Raccoon Eyes is what we're going to start calling her.
I call her Mace Gandalf.
Mace Gandalf?
Yes.
Why did you say that?
It must suck to work in those offices right now. To be honest with you, that probably has to be one of the worst places to actually be. And as safe as you've been with Warner Brothers 4 or 5 years.
God, she scared me.
Simon here, Simon Section with the $9.99 super chat. Thank you, Simon. Says, Enosh, this is my first time I've actually been watching your show. It reminds me of Blurs in the Hood, but I feel included. And I'm Swedish, African, British, born American.
Damn.
ABBA? ABBA? You're ABBA?
ABBA.
ABBA. I love ABBA. I love ABBA. Dang it, I'm stuck on this now because my stupid mouse lost connection again.
Oh God!
Jeez, come on now.
Grace.
Come on. Okay, there we go. Okay. Sorry about that, folks. I got to get that. I was like trying to click off of it, and I was like, "If you change my mind, I'll be first in line." So, what is Blurs in the Hood?
Blurs in the Hood.
I'm gonna have to look up Blurs in the Hood. Is that a good
what
thing?
about the song at the end of Leprechaun 4, "Left in the Hood"?
Blurs in the Hood.
Merry New Year, Blurs in the Hood.
Well, I'm glad you feel included, Simon. That's what we try to make. We try to make an environment where everybody can feel included. So,
I see they have Penn Oswalt, Donald Trump, Perry, Betty White.
Like a group of winners already.
Well, if it's got Betty White, I love it. because I love Betty White. I'm sorry, I make no bones about it. I love Betty White. Betty White is the best. She's absolutely fantastic. You know, they were going to pick her for Wolverine, right?
Yeah, so I saw that.
Yes.
You see that? They're going to pick her for Wolverine. Yeah.
Name, please.
Betty White. What's this for?
Wolverine.
Just curious. Why me? Is it because of this?
You know what? She was always that old before I even knew who she was.
Yeah, seriously.
The time I saw her, she was really old. I didn't
Yeah.
Tyler Moore days.
Her whole life, she was old to me.
Yeah.
Jared's
Or because she was 80 when she was born. She was 80 when I was born.
Jared Darkside Znash with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Jared. Says my dad grew up with Prince. Hashtag Minneapolis burnin'. I mean, Minneapolis, like I got a buddy from Minneapolis.
Minneapolis is burning.
Tell you what, Prince, you know what? Minneapolis is burning. I tell you what, Prince was amazing. That's all I got to say. Prince was absolutely fantastic and amazing. One of the most underrated guitar players on the planet. Let me tell you, that dude played solo that would put anybody to shame, and he
Guitar
did it
riffs were amazing.
He did it acting like he was just like, I don't know, just watching TV. Like he just be, I mean, just his fingers are moving in ways that you couldn't even imagine. And just absolutely, yeah.
Oh my
absolutely
God.
like it wasn't even affecting him. What's up, Amparo? Hey, Amparo. I love you, Amparo.
Hey guys, I gotta head out.
You noticed she's saying hi to William because she knows William likes that accent of hers.
Yeah, you need to bring her.
All right,
on.
yeah, you gonna get going, buddy?
Yeah, I gotta wake up for work in a few hours. So.
All right, bro. Thank you for being here, man. Thank you for your thoughts and your opinions. Why don't you tell everybody where they can find you, sir, before you leave?
Y'all can find me on YouTube at IamDial, and y'all can follow me on Twitter and Instagram at YaKnowDial. Yep, there it is right there. So if you want to follow me, my YouTube channel talk about movies, shows, everything nerdy geek culture. If you want to hear my takes on things, go check it out.
Your YouTube is IamDial?
Yes.
IamDial. I want to bring it up here. There he is. Okay, so I'm gonna put the link to your YouTube channel in there. Let's see. Let's get you in there. Hold on.
I need Amparo to do the voice of my phone messaging.
Well, it's taking a minute to post, but it's going there. It's going.
I see it.
Is it in there? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
We love DL, and man, we think you're great. We think you're the bee's knees. Much better than Cat Flarbo.
Anything's better than Cat Flarbo.
Yes. We love you, man. So thank you for being here, bro.
Right,
Appreciate
thanks
you
for having me. All right,
yeah.
Good night, guys.
All right, yeah. See you.
Good night.
H Barts with a $5 super chat. Thank you, H Bart. Says, remember when we cast the spell that people forgot Mundane Matt was Matt Jarbo? It failed. Wow. And then Rel comes in and says, if you want to feel the power of Jarbo, you're going to need a plunger. It's not wrong. Mary says, dude, I was going to sleep early tonight. Shake my head. Well, Chad Flarbo.
I'm going to head out to watch Boba Fett.
Yeah. Did he start it already?
I think he did.
Yeah, I think he
It started 5 minutes ago.
Yeah.
I got like 10 different screens open.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, I got Wrestle Kingdom on one. I got you on the other.
Look at you. That's awesome. J Money says, Enosh, it's a YouTube channel with black nerds. Oh, blurds. Oh, okay. Talking pop culture and nerd culture things. Jay Washington is on there. Nice. I like Jay Washington, I believe. Well, hey, you know what? I'll take that. That's high praise. I'll take that. Thank you. Yeah, Blurds in the Hood is a YouTube show with Jay Washington and Winston. That's awesome. Well, I'm glad that well, thank you so much for the compliment. And also I'm glad you feel involved, because that's what we're trying to do here. So that's awesome. That's fantastic. I had no idea. I knew I had heard that term before, but yeah, dude, J Money, you're right. The real ones know how amazing Prince was. A lot of people just think that, oh, he's just this pop star. Did I freeze up? Like,
yeah,
you guys can hear me, but for some reason I froze. That's so
I
weird.
think he exceeded Michael Jackson in so many ways. Well, Michael Jackson just such a weird personal life. Prince was a true artist.
Well, Prince had a
Very
weird personal
underrated.
life too. I know some things about.
Yeah,
Prince,
he
actually.
did. But
I have a
Yeah,
friend.
Prince-
I have a friend
yeah.
actually who knew a Prince impersonator out in Vegas, who experienced some stuff that is pretty weird.
Firsthand with real Prince?
Yeah, firsthand with Prince. But
I
the
can only
thing,
imagine.
oh yeah, dude. But the thing is,
he kept it in a territory. He contained his craziness.
yes,
though.
yes, he did.
Michael
and
Jackson
also, you know,
did.
like he didn't, you know, and the thing is Prince did not have the same.
They were consenting adults.
Yes,
for the most
yes,
part.
Yeah,
yes,
yeah. That's the polite way of saying.
Yes,
it.
yes, and also, but you know,
Mike.
Prince was an amazing musician. Prince did all the stuff himself, man. He recorded most of the music himself. You know, he had a band, obviously, that had to go on tour with him, but he recorded everything himself. He played so many instruments, it was crazy. And so he didn't have all the pop hits that Michael had, you know, over time or whatever. But also look what he did, man. The last part of his life, I mean, he just self-produced. You know, he walked away from Warner Brothers. People thought he was crazy when he was doing that stuff because they didn't understand what he was doing. Warner Brothers, you know what that was all over? Him making the symbol and everything. You know what that was all about?
The trademark to his name.
Well, no, it was part of it, yeah. But it was also about the fact that he had approached Warner Brothers because the turn of the century was coming, right? And so he wanted to, it was a trademark to his name, the rights to his own songs, right? He wanted the rights to his songs because he had plans for different things, including his song 1999, right? Party Like It's 1999.
Yeah.
He wanted to do some things with it. They told him no, that they owned his songs. So basically they owned him. So Prince said, okay, fine. I will put music out under this. Totally new thing, right? And then started writing slave across his face, saying he was a slave to Warner Brothers.
Remember when we went in Arsenio Hall? When he went in Arsenio Hall to explain it?
Yep.
And he was wearing that hat with all the gold stuff.
I sure do. And the thing was that you know, he campaigned long enough, but I mean, he ended up self-producing. Like he didn't want to sign another deal with anybody. And good on him, man, because the guy still did amazingly well. You know, probably one of the probably the biggest, you know, independent artist of all time. You know, at that point, I would guess, you know, given the fact that he did that. But yeah, it's just an amazing story. But everybody thought he was crazy, but really he was making a statement about the industry, you know, and people just didn't recognize it, and people just kept acting like he was crazy, but he wasn't. He was very, very smart.
He was making statements about things before a lot of people were.
Oh yeah.
Today.
Oh yeah.
Like he was that kind of that guy.
Interesting comments in the chat about Prince and this whole music.
Yeah.
Topic.
Let's see. Kinky Sphincter, you may be behind a little bit. It says tell Phil to drink a Mountain Dew. Well, Phil's gone now.
But we can tell him later.
But I can tell him right now, Phil, if you're still watching, drink a Mountain Dew. I think he was drinking a Mountain Dew when he was here, didn't he? Damon says, dang it.
Excuse me.
Come on. Just put new batteries in this thing. I don't understand what's going on. Okay. Damon here says, have you guys seen the video of Prince embarrassing himself in front of James Brown with Michael Jackson? It's on YouTube. I have never seen that. Never seen that. Integrity says, get William talking.
Oh, I'm just listening.
Yeah. William is multitasking, watching 4 different things at the same time.
Like I said, I'm watching.
Oh, Cupcakes, I'm right there with you. I mean, that scene of the Flash saving everything at the end of Zack Snyder's Justice League is just
that literally it's him saving the world.
Yeah.
It's him saving all of existence. And that was cut out. When you watch that movie, to see you literally cut out a superhero saving all of existence. How do you do that and still have any creative credibility?
And take it back. Take it also back to Cyborg. His contribution to the whole storyline up until Flash saved the world. Cyborg was as important, if not as important. And cutting everything out that Ray Fisher did was just fucking obscene.
You know what, Lena Deli? I've been reaching out to various YouTubers and stuff like that. You know, positive voices in the fandom and stuff. I may just reach out to Garza. I've talked to Garza a couple times.
Garza's a cool guy.
Garza is a
Garza's
pretty cool
great,
guy.
yeah.
I think Garza's a
Yeah.
cool guy. So like I'll reach out to Garza and see if he'll come on. And Rhea here says, oops, come on.
Oh my God, mouse.
Come on, mouse. Jeez, come on. Okay.
You-
Rhea says here, Enosh, I found out about Moldiversity thanks to you. Well, thank you. That that means a lot to me. Because look, if there's one thing, I had somebody come in once like try to say, oh, this white guy doesn't know it. It's like, okay, like first of all, yeah, I'm a white guy, right? Like if we really want to get into my history, like I've got a bunch of different stuff in me. I might look like a white guy, but I'm
Take off that hat. I know there's something else there.
My curly hair.
Yeah, you cut it since then. But when you that one day where you did the show in the full on fro, the e-fro, yeah, it was like damn. I was like, we might have to pull out the family tree in there. Was that show on a PBS? Learn your roots.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm sure.
Some of us are in them branches, Enosh. When I saw that fro.
That's what my friend Rashonda used to tell me. She's like, she would always tell me, like, we all go back to Africa, and Enosh, with that hair, I know that you got some African roots in you.
Somebody that looks like me is on one of those stems, buddy.
There you go. H Bart's here with the $2 super chat, says Dr. Enosh in the Jarbo verse of madness.
Oh my God.
It probably would be. Yeah.
Dr. Enosh the Jarbo.
Oh my gosh, that's hilarious.
Just imagine the collab of Enosh and Jarbo in the multiverse.
Just imagine multiple of either one of them. I was like,
Oh my God, I would not be wanting to be in a room with 2 Enoshes and 2 Jarbos. Nope.
You know what?
Played by different actors.
Listen. You would be blessed to be in a room with 2 Enoshes. Just saying. Yeah, a couple of Enoshes do you good. I don't know what that means, but I may want to reel that one back a little bit. Huh?
That one.
That's getting clipped.
A couple of Enoshes will do you good. Take a couple of Enoshes and call me in the morning for Dr. Enosh in the Jarbo of madness.
Enosh sandwich or whatever.
That's great. You got a peanut butter sandwich for me? Is that what you said?
Don't play that drop.
You don't want me to play that drop?
No, I don't ever want to see that drop again.
Are you sure you don't want me to play the drop?
Just play it.
And why'd you bring it up?
Because I know you're going to do it anyway.
I wasn't going to do it until you brought it up.
I can feel when the stall is coming on. Let me find that drop stall.
But if I do it now, then it won't seem so special because you told me to do it. Okay, I'll do it.
Here's a trick my Nana taught me on how to make a peanut butter and jelly. First, get your jelly, then get your peanut butter. Ready?
Oh my God.
What the hell was that from?
The prep for that has to be horrifying. The lead up to that, it has to be far more horrifying than the actual video itself. I'm sorry. Like, hey, I got this idea. It involves peanut butter. And not only did somebody say that, but somebody agreed to it.
Good thing they didn't have a dog close by.
Oh, jeez.
Dog would have been licking that guy all over.
Attacking him.
Missed the Enosh mullet. It really wasn't a mullet. I mean, it was long all over. It's just that when it curls up like that, it does look like a mullet. Yeah, I had for the longest time. Everybody started. That's why I cut it, because everybody started telling me I had a mullet, but I really didn't have a mullet. It was really long.
You were Talladega Nights, Enosh?
No, yeah. Well, Will Ferrell's got that curly hair too, man. Like, but yeah. See, Enosh was probably rocking the Jerry curl back in the day. No, I did have somebody like try to insult me once and tried to act like I get a perm or something. And I was like, nope. All natural, baby. All natural. My dad's got the same hair, man. So, I inherited it, got good genes.
Let's see. I missed everything.
Anyways, yeah. So look, people actually tell me sometimes that I look like Danny McBride. Yeah, they tell me I look like Danny McBride. Anyways, so look, at the end of the day, here's my take. When it comes to scoopers, listen to them at your discretion. Don't put your faith in scoopers, no matter who they are. Don't let somebody else affect whether or not you're going to like something, whether or not you watch something, and what you believe about something. Okay? Don't let it really it doesn't matter at the end of the day, pro or con, what Grace Randolph says. She can be wrong. Scoopers get things wrong a lot of the time. Oh, but they got it right here. Great. They got that thing right. But they got some stuff wrong. So the reality is, don't put yourself in a position where you're basing your opinion on somebody's tweet or somebody's YouTube video or something like that, or because they say they heard something or they know something or whatever. That is pointless. Here's the thing. At the end of the day, I'll be honest with you, Saggy said it best tonight. I watched Saggy stream and she said it best. They don't know. Nobody knows. Nobody's going to know until it decides. Saggy, I appreciated Saggy so much tonight because she actually said what I've been saying for a long time now, and that is wait and find out. You know what? Wait and find out. We're going to know eventually. Like, this is not going to go perpetually on forever. Okay. If we don't get something in the next little while, I've said, hey, I'm willing to admit when the Snyderverse is over and I'll be fine. I'm going to be okay. I hope you are too. It's a movie. It's a movie franchise. It's a version of a movie of a franchise that I love. Okay. But at the end of the day, does it dictate my life? No. Am I going to lose friends over it? Hopefully not. Okay. Am I going to act like a jerk to people because I want to see it? And so I'm going to be obnoxious about it. Hopefully people don't take me that way because I'm not trying to be that way. Okay. Am I going to express that I want it? Yeah. But at the end of the day, I really don't care what Grace Randolph says. If Grace Randolph has said positive things before. I mean, Jerry shared earlier, how many times did she say it's happening, guys? And I know stuff behind the scenes. And, I'm watching this Zack Snyder's Justice League. I'm watching this certain movie. And, there's
special.
There's things happening behind the scenes, guys. I mean, you ever watch Kristen Wiig on Saturday Night Live when she plays that character that has to one up everybody?
Yep.
Right. So you say so I have a stream and we have 92 people watching. I once had a stream and I had 192 people watching and they really, really liked what I had to say. And it was really, really great. That's how I feel she is on some of the stuff, that it's whatever is popular at the time, that's what she's going to tell you, because now you're going to go watch her videos. Right now, people who've been saying, no, it's not going to happen. No, now all of a sudden they're going to support Grace Randolph or say something positive about her. And then they're going to go watch her videos and they're going to look for some kind of justification for them to say it's not going to happen. Just like if Snyder fans, if she's out there saying that the Snyder cut is coming and that it's absolutely happening, Snyder fans are going and watching her videos, looking for any little thing that they could glean, that they could say, hey, look, it's happening. At the end of the day, she's not there. She's not Zack Snyder. Okay, look, everybody who just has Zack Snyder on their show or their program or whatever doesn't mean that they know everything about Zack Snyder and what he's doing today, as opposed to what he did last year, as opposed to what he's going to do a year from now. At the end of the day, again, Zack Snyder is a freaking grown human being. Let Zack Snyder deal with his own stuff.
She's moved on from hyping Zack as it serves her. Now the new narrative serves her to get the clicks and the attention she's been getting for the past several days.
Analyze that.
Has she ever been right about anything? I can't think of anything. To me, she is the less abrasive Doomcock. I'm going to go on and just make stuff up.
She has been right on a few things, but I also think that what she's been right on is simply because she got advance information from people in the studios that were using her as a tool to basically drop out trial balloons to see how people were going to react and respond.
Mm-hmm. The thing about scoopers right now going forward.
Love you, Caden.
Love you guys.
See you, bro.
See ya.
Before pre-merger, they're on solid ground because these guys were going to be there. I mean, you could pretty much read the tea leaves. Right now, not only can you not read the tea leaves, the entire tree's being shaken up. So none of this information is going to be accurate because the situation itself is fluid.
Yeah.
So if anybody gets 20 to 30% right, then they're Karnak. Because right now, these decisions.
I love that. I love that, dude.
I've heard
pulled
that
out
this
a Karnak.
Yeah, I've heard that this guy's doing this guy's doing this, and Walter Hamada has had meetings with so and so. Walter Hamada is more than likely gone. So right there, whatever information you're getting is on shaky ground, simple because the people providing you the information, even if they're on the inside, there's a good chance that they may be gone. So the dust is going to have to settle from March and April in order for any scoopers to really have any solid ground to stand on, unless they're telling you about the merger itself. Now, if I hear a scooper from Hollywood Reporter or somebody in the business realm or in the executive realm that's telling me things about the actual merger itself, that's stuff that gets verified. You can there's too many moving parts that can't move in secret that you can kind of verify if somebody's going in a certain direction as the merger itself. As far as their creative end, we got to ignore that because it's not going to do us any good. Focus on the atmosphere, what's happening up. You know, when you hear that so and so is going to, David Zaslav is going to hold a press conference to announce something, then that's where you need to focus on, because that announcement is the only thing that really means anything right now. So if he announces ahead of Warner Brothers, Warner Studios, ahead of DC, that's where you need to start actually paying attention. Right now, it's all white noise. It's all white. None of it matters. Even if certain things happen, nothing in the Flash, unfortunately for the Flash itself, matters, because whatever consequences are going to be picked up by somebody else. So nothing she said mattered. I mean, I hate to say somebody has nearly 1 million followers that it doesn't matter.
That means nothing. And you've been saying this for the past couple shows, and I agree with you. I think what you've shared is really the most logical assessment of the situation. Too many moving parts, although I do think, and I mentioned this earlier in the show, I think she's obvious. Her scoop comes from someone internal that's using her to try to throw water on everyone else's hopes and expectations while they burn down the house. That said, it doesn't mean it's right.
Yeah, and it's basically literally putting gasoline and taking profit in the heat.
Yep.
But like I said, that person who's giving her information is more than likely on their way out because they're attached to the current infrastructure.
Yeah.
And it's just the way mergers happen. Hey, Enosh, if there's somewhere on YouTube, there's a Mergers for Dummies. That's literally what it's called. I don't know if it's still up there. I'm going to Google it and see if I can find it. It basically makes it so that the average person who doesn't really think about mergers can kind of go through it and see how things happen. Gaining company does this. Gaining company brings their own people. Consolidation. I mean, because I think what ends up, a lot of this stuff could be quelled just by a basic understanding of corporate mergers.
Well, and that's the thing is anybody who's been in that's the thing too, is like people who have worked for companies that have, merged or been bought out or whatever, they know how this stuff works. Like, and most of the time what happens is, and I mentioned this earlier, I can't remember, was it my stream or something? And I talked about it, I said, usually when a company comes in, they buy another company or they merge another company, what ends up happening is that at first you don't hear a lot. It's kind of like, everything's kind of going to be status quo for a little while. Then all of a sudden, after a while, you see these subtle changes, and then they just come in and they finally reveal their whole thing. And it's like, hey, we're going to take over this. That's why we're here. Companies get taken over for a reason. If a company has been bought out and taken over, more than likely everybody's gone. Eventually, within the first year to 2 years. Everybody's gone. Like they start off with some and they're going to work their way through and they're going to get rid of everybody. Why? Because there's a reason why they had to be bought. There's a reason why it had to go to another company. If everything was working just fine,
it wouldn't happen.
It wouldn't happen.
Yeah.
They wouldn't get taken over.
You'd still be a valuable asset that they would keep.
Exactly. Right now, Warner
overhaul.
Brothers is the afterthought of that whole thing. When a company like Discovery can come in and just purchase something like a storied studio like Warner Brothers, it shows that there's a problem there.
And look at how many hands Warner's gone through in the past too. There was Time Warner, then before that. I mean,
there's been an existing issue for a long time.
Yeah, AOL. Even before that, it was when the Dirty Harry movies were made. It was owned by another company. It was literally a subsidiary of another parent corporation. So it's been merged.
There's a systemic problem at Warner Brothers that they've been looking to try to figure it out for a long, long time. And who knows even if this is going to fix it. Who knows? H Bart's here with the $2 super chat says, I want Sack Snyder. Zinder? I want Sack Zinder.
I'm not going to touch that.
I don't see Discovery making any changes when they come in right away, because especially not on the creative side. The issues with Warner Brothers are at the top. The management, the people making decisions on how things get released. I think they got to sort that out before they even start worrying about the creative.
Oh, I think they're going to gut the creative. They have to, because
but they don't know what they have yet. They don't know what they have yet.
No. And here's another thing about mergers, and this is not to cut you off, because I really want to hear your responses. When somebody merges a company, it takes place it starts in the concept phase, and then there's the action phase. Once they begin the action phase, that's when they agree to all the transactions and they move it in the FEC and all that. When they begin that action phase, they start evaluating the company then. They start getting their candidates for their positions then. Like right now, trust me, there is a incoming president of DC Films that's already talking with Zaslav right now. There is an incoming head of Warner Studios that's already talking with Zaslav right now. And because Sarnoff has a contract, I think has another 2 years, Hamada, that's great. They can do one of two things. They'll either get bought out and given severance pays, moved around, because these aren't useless people. These aren't pieces of trash. These are high-end executives with histories and credibility. They just didn't work out right here and now. You can move these people around and gracefully do what you want. But as far as he's already said outright that these IPs are truly important to him, and if they are handled right, they are lots of money. So they have to gut. They have to gut the creative end, and they have to make it loud, not humiliate the people. But they have to, like I said, I emailed Film Junkie that this. When Zaslav takes over and announces people, there needs to be a flashing sign behind them that says, "We begin here." And what I mean, we as a Warner Discovery, all your gripes about the past, I can't do anything about those now. But right here and now, you need to know that all this disorganization, confusion, and all this is something we're working on right now. And we're going to evaluate everything. Right now, that's going to buy you some goodwill. It's going to buy you a lot of goodwill.
I agree they'll evaluate, but I don't think they'll make changes. Because
they have to. They're already assessing the situation because they're averaging right now.
But you got to look at what happened this year. They had a full slate of films, and pretty much everything failed, not because of creative decisions, but because someone at the top decided we're going to take this gamble and release everything simultaneously to TV and movies. So
you know why I think a lot of that stuff would have failed in theaters too, though.
Yeah, they didn't release. They didn't release anything in theaters that was or on HBO Max and day and day release. I noticed this. That was a surefire hit.
No matter what, we don't know that though. We don't know that though.
I can judge what the previous properties leading up to the Suicide Squad, those associate properties did. I can judge by the fact that Matrix was a mess before, even though I enjoyed it, was a mess PR wise. I can judge it by the fact that Dune and the history of one of the great directors in our modern era does not have a box office history and is not a box office draw. There was enough there for me to know that each and every one of these movies that they released was decent, but it wasn't going to hurt them to release them on HBO Max. If they had a movie in there, if there was a Batman in the pipeline, that wouldn't have gotten released on day in and day out.
Yeah, but I'm telling you right now, too, I mean, you can mark it down. Batman's going to be a box office disappointment for a very simple reason. They've already called the date that it's coming home. The movie hasn't hit theaters, and they've said this date it will be on HBO. So that basically takes everybody who's on the fence, everybody who hates the theatrical experience,
that's
and
what I'm gonna do.
They go, oh, that's not that far off. I can wait.
I'm gonna wait.
You've recapped the box office before it had a chance. I say, you know what? Announce when you're going to put these things on HBO Max 2 weeks before you put them on HBO Max, not before they open.
Here's why you won't do that, and you'll see this happening less and less. Two, most of the people, the majority of the money that's going to be made for the Batman is going to be made within the first 2 weeks. All right, by that third week, it's going to start hitting its. No matter how successful it is, it can be.
I would agree with you. If people didn't have a date that's there, well, that's all I have to wait until.
Here's the thing that they've analyzed, and this is actually where they are right. If you want to see this movie on the big screen, you're going to go see this movie on the big screen. If you're on the fence, the value right now, the monetary value, and this is why they're merging, is in the streaming service. the theatrical experience for however tight we want to hold on to it, it mathematically is not the way to go for solid footing on the company. Just the math. I keep going on this math alone. $14 a month, $16 a month times 65 million subscribers and growing. It's like an insurance policy. I can now spend a lot of money on certain things when I'm pulling 800 million a month. 800 million a month. I don't how much is that a year? And that's growing. And the subscription retention is way more valuable to me than a box office purchase at a movie theater. It's just the truth. It sucks because I grew up going to the movie theaters. Man's Chinese. I love going to the movie theaters, but I understand business. And the value of being able to pull in 800 million, there's no movie out there that you could release on even Marvel, to where you could make that kind of money per year consistently, because you're not talking about a movie, you're talking about legacy projects and everything else. Retention is everything. So the Batman has value in the theaters, but it has more sustainable value on HBO Max. If there are some people right now at HBO that would break it down to 30 if they could.
I don't necessarily disagree with what you're saying. I'm just saying don't call your shot beforehand, because it's the same thing with Encanto. Encanto is considered a real disappointment for Disney. It's like, yeah, but you said before it opened in theaters, oh, by the way, Christmas Eve, we're giving you this for free. And I know my wife would have been in the theater to see that movie, and she said, oh, that's not that far off. I'll just wait.
But Joe, you know who you don't hear saying that it's a disappointment? Disney Plus and HBO Max, because they know critics might say it is and analysts might say it is, but the people who have to get up and talk to the stockholders and the financiers, dude, this is where their leverage is at. There's more money in streaming than there ever is going to be in movie theaters right now. It's just the math defeats any other argument against it. And if you're a stockholder or somebody legendary, all these guys that are now going to get a cut, because not only the streaming services with Warner Brothers, you own other syndication channels. That's why you see these things cycling in and out. That's why you see Sony whoring themselves out to all these other streaming services, because they don't have a streaming service of their own. But they know where the money is.
Financially, though, how does saying on November 24th, on December 24th, this movie is going to be on Disney Plus, how does that help them financially?
Because it increases the value of their streaming service.
But if the people want to see that, they're not already subscribers, they're not going to subscribe on November 24th. They're going to say, I need to subscribe before December 24th.
But that's exactly right. And they get the best of both worlds. If you got people who are going to go, the people who are going to go want to see this on the big screen are going to go no matter what. But you get that and you're double dipping, because now you've increased the value. No matter what, you've increased the value. Every time you add a big movie like this, or any type of movie, it doesn't even have to be a big name anymore. Netflix has a bunch of stuff I've never even heard of. But if you look at how many people watch it, that's where they're getting their money from. So by increasing the value and retention of the streaming service, you do more there than you ever could in a box office.
Okay, that's the thing. I'm not disagreeing with anything you're saying.
But that's why you would announce it. To answer your question, that's why you would announce it. If you value the streaming service,
but I don't see. But announcing it doesn't help you here. All it does is hurt here, because the money is already going to be here, because those people are going to tune in on the date you put it up there.
But the money, the box office money, if they could quash it all together, they would. Because remember, there's middlemen. There's a whole bunch of people in the way of your money when that cash gets laid down. Streaming, 60% of the middle money that they lose on their way from box office to them gets wiped out when they go streaming. Because I'm no longer talking about secondary distribution. I'm not talking about primary distribution. I'm not talking about percentages in the theater. The less the movie for them, the more the movie's in the theater, the more money they bleed out as far as what they get as their whole. Once it reaches the streaming, they get it all. And once it goes into syndication streaming, they get everything. They get money on top of money. So they're looking at these things as IPs, intellectual properties. And this is what scares the hell out of the movie theaters. And yes, the movie theaters have reason to be afraid, because the math and the reality is not in their favor.
The theaters are hit worse. He's right. The theaters are hit worse there, because they have such a small percentage of the ticket sales. I mean, even though it's all divided up, ultimately it's the movie theaters that are going to suffer, not Warner Brothers.
Yeah, and especially in this environment we're in, all COVID did is expedite what was always going to happen.
I don't know. Yeah. I look at Spider-Man and then I look at Batman and I think Spider-Man's $1 billion movie.
Yeah,
and Batman's not going to be because
But
people are going to wait.
When you look at the $1 billion threshold, one, it's not going to be there forever for everybody. I don't care how successful you are. If the percentage of movies that reach the $1 billion threshold still doesn't make up for the money that any of these streaming services is pulling in on an annual basis. It just doesn't. And like right now, with Spider-Man, for every Spider-Man No Way Home, you're gonna have a Dune. Both excellent movies, right? I love both movies. But you kind of see where the reality of the math goes out. Not everybody has the draw.
I don't think there's anyone at Warner Brothers that wouldn't salivate at Dune making Spider-Man money though.
Dune I don't think Dune would make Spider-Man money.
I don't think it would, but wouldn't Warner Brothers want that if it could?
It could, but that has to do with the IP and the audiences. Everybody wants to see Spider-Man. Not everybody wants to see Dune in a theater. Because they don't understand it like everybody understands Spider-Man. I mean, it's the content. It's the the story.
Let's go for the movie that did pull in $1 billion for them. Let's look at Joker. Or let's look at Aquaman. Right. So those are both $1 billion movie, correct? Okay. If you break down how much Warner Brothers proper actually got back from Joker, somebody should have had their ass kicked because they paid up because they didn't have enough faith in the movie. And they redistributed, and there was a whole mess with like half of that money. And then you have Aquaman. And also, even though Spider-Man No Way Home did, the majority of movies that crossed the $1 billion threshold needed the China market to do so. Very few of those movies didn't do it. You've had your handful, but once again, if you're going to spend $200 million on a movie, hoping that it's going to make $1.5 billion, you have to know that it's going to reach at least a $900 million threshold. That's what happened with not Mission Impossible, but James Bond. James Bond, that movie was so leveraged and mortgaged that they had to make a certain amount of ridiculous money just to break even. So streaming takes all that away. Now you can go limited release, and that's where the theaters are going to have to leverage themselves. The theaters are going to have to work out a deal to where there's limited releases and things like that. There will be some nuggets out there. But once again, at $15, $16 a month, the value, and that's why you would announce it. If it were me, and it was my job just to get my stockholders the most money possible, Batman's in there for a week. Batman might be in there for 2 weeks, because I increase my exposure on the streaming level with spending far less money on the distribution level. You bleed out a lot of money. Just with Spider-Man alone, Sony made $1 billion, 1.5 or 1.05. 25% of that went to Disney. Now, I'm a broke ass, but 25 million, 25% of 1.5 billion, you do the math there. And then you're talking about payouts and stuff because payouts are based on box office percentages. So if your movie does a certain amount of business in the box office, Tom Cruise is getting 20 million easy for Top Gun 2. All right, 20, maybe even more. So now that $1 billion starts to shrink. So that's why you announced that, hey, we're going to 45 days. I wouldn't be surprised if the next wave is 30 days because it makes more financial sense for them to put the value in the streaming service.
I'll say this to you, Joe. Like, I didn't realize this also at the beginning of the year when they first started talking about streaming services and stuff, because I was the same way. I was like, how in the world are they making money? The reality is that they actually make more of the money home. You know what it's like? It's like having a record deal and saying, okay, if I sell my record with the record company, right? And put out the same music, but like labeled by the record company, and people have to get it from the store. Yeah, I may sell more, but what's the trade-off? If I have a great fan base, we were just talking about Prince, for example. Okay, we were just talking about Prince. Prince did this exact same thing because he started self-publishing. Not everybody can do this. It doesn't work out this way for everybody. But Prince, by the time he walked away from, ironically, Warner Brothers. Now I know Warner Brothers music is different than Warner Brothers, but it's kind of ironic. When he walked away from Warner Brothers, he had the following that all he had to do was say, hey, I got a new album. And guess what? People flooded his website. People flooded that. And guess what? How much more money do you think that he made self-publishing and announcing it that way than he ever made by putting it out through the record company? because by the time you get the record company pays the producers of it. He produced his own music now in the studio. Before they would have engineers and everything. He engineered it himself or brought in his own people to do it. He wrote everything. He played everything. He promoted it. They didn't need the whole machine behind it. They didn't need all that stuff behind it. He did it. And guess who reaps all the benefit? 100%. Prince did. It's the same kind of ideal with this, but it's actually kind of in reverse because it's the actual company now saying, we're going to forego having to pay all these people these different percentages based off of what the movie does at the movie theater. They're going to get lower percentages of that. We'll feed them the scraps of that. But the reality is we want them to come to our service because we get 100% of that money instead of getting a percentage of this other thing where you got to give we have to give the theaters, a certain amount because they don't get $1 billion with $1 billion movie. They just don't. They don't make $1 billion that way. But the thing is if you get enough people into your streaming service, that's all your money. And it's free money. Like it's literally free money every month because now you got the same stuff on there. People, dude, I've got like how many streaming services that like I'm waiting for the next new thing to come out. In the meantime, there's stuff on there that I'm not even watching, right? Because it's there. But I'm not going to
be made.
But yeah, but the thing is have I canceled my HBO Max for every month that there's not something there? No, because I know that, here pretty soon we're going to get Raised by Wolves season 2. We're going to get like all
House
these
of
other
the Dragon.
Woohoo! Yeah, we're going to get all these other things that I want, right? So like, I'm not going to cancel it on those off months, right? And then have to just go through the whole process of canceling, redoing. So the thing is it's free money for them. They don't even have to put out something new every month. They just know it's going to be there. And it's the same thing with this kind of stuff. They get out the window. And I get what you're saying, Joe, because it sounds, trust me, dude, I was there. It sounds like, hey, yeah, that doesn't make sense because they're kind of undercutting their own thing to a point. But also, you got to remember how we all know how taxes work, right? According to Warner Brothers, Batman 89 lost money and is still not profitable.
But that was just to screw over the creatives.
No,
that was to screw over the people who had
that's what William is telling you this. That's what William is trying to tell you. It's the exact same game. The more that they can show that these movies supposedly lose money on paper, they're laughing all the way to the bank. Dude, any of us who were around in 1989 know what kind of phenomenon Batman was. The summer of Batman, dude. That's all it was for.
First $200 million movie of my lifetime.
Dude, for a year, everything was Batman. Everything was taken over by Batman. You could not get away from Batman. I literally wore a Batman shirt that I found out later was a girl's shirt because it had Batman on it and I didn't realize it and I just liked it. Okay. So the thing is, man, is they still to this day claim that movie didn't make money, which is total BS just because they didn't want to pay everybody. And that's what William is saying. It's the exact same thing, but now they have a way to do it where they keep the money for themselves, but they're able to show on paper where it doesn't look like it makes that much, but they still made the money.
Look, we're not going to know how this works out for them until we start seeing some of these releases and seeing how it plays out. But all I know is they tried day and date, and that was considered by the entire industry to be a failure. So now they're like, well, they obviously didn't think it worked either because they pushed it to 45. If it was working, they would have kept it going to 2002.
They could have changed it at any time, dude.
You want to know why they did that, Joe? Because they have movies coming down the pike that are heavy liability, that money's already spent in that fashion. So there's only and there's contracts and obligations to those movies where people get percentages based on. So they have to get the box office money because they're not entitled to the streaming money. Now new contracts go. And like, so say when Ben Affleck, I'm just throwing a name out there, and Crazy Joe, you're signing on to me we're going to do Batman Beyond, right? Okay. And the old days, if the movie made 100 million, Joe, you get 10%, and Ben Affleck's going to get 20 and somebody else is going to get 30. The new contracts are going to be if we retain a certain percentage or we can track certain things because we can track everything that they watch. And then if our exposure is at a certain level, then your bonus is going to be based on that. So you'll work those kind of percentage. With these movies that are day in and day out, they were never designed to be that way. They just were that way because COVID made it that way. Going forward, though, they will be that way. Think of it as like an insurance policy. Like I pay insurance, tons of insurance on so many levels. It makes my eyes blow out, right? I don't get any accidents. I don't burn down my business plaza. You know what? But I'm paying it because some screw up does. And the way the insurance companies make money is by absorbing liability through mass. So this is what the streaming service does. So there's not going to be any such thing as a bomb anymore. So if Batman were to come out and you would never be able to measure whether there's a bomb or not, because you would be measuring its value to the overall streaming service. It's just like Zack Snyder's Justice League is done. And that's where they tripped up when they lied about that. Zack Snyder's Justice League, I got HBO Max for it, but I've been a constant subscriber since. And not only that, there's associated content on there that has increased in value. So even though I may not make a certain amount of money with the Batman in the theater, when I put the Batman on my streaming service, I'm introducing people to all those other Batman IPs. And when I put those back out into the market and to leverage them, I have that leverage now because of the Batman bringing that value. Same thing with Dune. Same thing with all these movies. And soon you're going to see $200 and $300 million type movies that are going to exclusively be on the streaming platforms. You will not be able to go to a movie to see certain things. You know, it's just. I agree with you, Joe, as far as it doesn't make sense on the surface. And as somebody probably like you who grew up watching movies in the anticipation, on that level, it sucks. But when you break down the math and the liability, it's like having a big giant shield to absorb a bullet. You know, the more I have, the more I can absorb. And the streaming service, 65 million to 75 million paying.
We'll see how it goes in practice, but I think they got to experiment with it. I think, okay, well, with Batman, we called it and said, this is the date. We're going to be on HBO this date. Maybe with the next hit, you don't do that. See how that works. Play with it. See what works better. I think Disney was the smartest one this year because they said 45 days for Shang-Chi. They said 45 days it'll be on Disney Plus. But then the movie started making big money in the theater, and they were like, 60 days. Okay, and they pushed it out.
Look what the final tally for Shang-Chi, if you look at what they spent on it, they didn't really make a lot of profit off of Shang-Chi. I mean, it's just because of the amount you're spending. See, when you're spending monies, when you're doing its distribution in the theaters, that's coming from an investor, that's coming from a backer like Legendary, that's coming from somebody who you got to pay back. So in Legendary, that's why Legendary was so mad, is because they put up this money and they weren't going to get their percentages back. So when you put a movie in the theater, there's liability. People want that money back. They want that money back with interest. So when you put it on streaming, those deals are not in place. If you put a movie in the theater and then tell Legendary, whoever's fronting the money, your percentages is going to come from these other things and not necessarily the box office, you lessen your impact. And it's not necessarily a bomb. A box office bomb is something where you barely make money or you lose money. And Shang-Chi, when you look at what they spent on Shang-Chi, it was a $188 million movie. And I don't know who has I don't think it made what 400 million? 400 million? Even if 500 million. So your production cost was 200 million, right? And this is for a successful movie. Your production cost was around 200 million. Your payouts to the people who loaned you the money in their 30 whatever percentage, and then everything else, and your theater cut. Now it doesn't make a mathematical sense anymore. You know, I mean, the only way we're going to see big blockbuster type movies is on streaming services, because now if I'm making $800 million, I don't have to cut a budget for a Justice League 2 and 3. I can say I'm going to make this movie exactly the way I wanted to make it because it's bringing value to my streaming service. It's bringing in customers there that might stay. I came for Zack Snyder's Justice League. I stayed. That alone, just me alone, I stayed, and I'm watching all kinds of stuff. And it's going to be the same thing with Game of Thrones. Game of Thrones, there's going to be people that come from Game of Thrones. But if there's a Batman there, If I come for Game of Thrones, instead of when Game of Thrones episode 10 goes off, and their thing plunges 50% like it did when the other, but there's the Batman there now. There's Aquaman there. There's Zack Snyder's Justice League there. I think I'm gonna stick around, or at the very least, I'm gonna forget to unsubscribe because there's some cool stuff on there. The Batman's value is getting me in the house and keeping me there and introducing me to all this fine china and all this cool stuff. And you got cable and now you got a hot tub. I think I'm going to stay now. I'm in the house now. And that's what they're trying to do by shortening that window, get you in the house and maybe you'll stick around, you know?
Yeah. Again, I don't
quick,
disagree with shortening the window. It's just, I don't think you announce it. I'm sorry, Enosh, go ahead.
No, that's all right. I just wanted to, it's been up here for quite a while and I haven't.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. Simon Section here had a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Simon, again. Says one would think that there would be a fan-made Snyder extended short film like Star Wars or Star Trek. If there are, do they suck? The reason why there's not.
You don't want to get sued.
I've been thinking about wanting to do a
hold on.
film.
The reason why there's not is because anybody who has attempted to do anything like this has been shot down and ridiculed and attacked. And there is a portion of the fandom. There was literally some people who literally just tried to get together and do a motion comic that was based on this. And look, there were some things that went on with the motion comic that were not good, but most of the people who were working on the motion comic were just innocent people who just wanted to do something fun, and they tried to base it off the storyboards that Zack Snyder had shared. And unfortunately, there were some people that were really, really harsh against those people. Some of them who were just innocent of it. It literally involved actually Ray Porter, who played Darkseid even, and people were going after him. And they said, and you know what their reasoning was they simply said that if this came out, that it may get Warner Brothers to not want to actually make 2 and 3. That's how worried they are about it. Look, there were some other people who were behind that I don't agree with, that were doing some things. You know, there was some accusations of tracing artwork of, you know, popular people, and I don't condone that. But some of the people that were being accused are actually people who were not doing that. I know some of the people who were involved. I wasn't involved. I was not involved personally. But unfortunately, it chased people away because they couldn't just simply make something that they liked. And it's very unfortunate. But that's kind of where that was, because
you know, we were recording our audio podcast last night, and I had an idea that I don't think it'll make everybody happy. Nothing ever will. Nothing's ever going to make everybody happy.
You're right, RJ. The Batman will save DC in a couple months completely. Nothing else will take it down.
Is it past your bedtime?
No. I had an idea though for basically a consolation prize. I was like, this is something Warner Brothers could do that it won't necessarily make people. It does something. It's basically something. But I was thinking every couple months, they put out one of these direct to Blu-ray, direct to DVD animated films.
And Mr. Biggins.
Why don't they just finish Zack Snyder's story in animation?
Again, I'd like to point out Mr. Dave the Film Junkie, Dave, my buddy, Dave Pena.
Crucified for that.
Dave Pena literally put this idea out and said, "Hey," and I have said it too. Listen, do I want to see Zack Snyder's Justice League in live action finish out? Yes. Do I prefer it to be in live action? Absolutely 100%. But we literally said, listen, what if they did it in animation? What if they did a graphic novel even, so we could at least see what the story was? They crucified him.
Yeah.
These people,
Warner Brothers? Or
no, not Warner Brothers. These Snyder bros, these people that I say that I've been telling you guys keep coming after me and others and stuff in the fandom that I'm sick of being lumped in with. When I talk about being lumped in with bad apples in the fandom, that's who I'm talking about. It's these people who think that they claim that they claim some right to the Snyderverse and they want to kick people like me out, and they want to kick people like Dave Pena and the Nerd Queens and Meg and everybody else, Wonder Meg and everybody else out, because they think that they're special. Okay, even though they've had no contact with Zack or any of the people that have been associated with the film and whatsoever, but they've claimed that everybody who has had contact are just clout chasers and celebrity chasers, whatever. Like, okay, whatever. Jealous much? If that's all you got for that. But the thing is, dude, is literally Dave just suggested it, said, hey, what if we got that? Like, not to say that that's what we want. Not to say that, like, oh yeah, let's do it. I've been saying that, Joe, for a long time. Hey, what if we got it? What I would take it in animation if that was the only way I was going to get it, right? It wouldn't cost that much, you know. But I just, for those of us who are literally just fans of Zack Snyder, we just want to see his vision completed. However he can do it, however he wants to do it, it's up to him. And what if Zack even said once in an interview, like, what about animation? What about, a comic book, whatever? He said, oh, that'd be interesting, right? He even said it'd be interesting, but these people want to speak for him and say no. And so they literally trash you, Joe.
Oh, I know what you mean. Last Wednesday.
I mean, literally obliterate, like just attacked him. Just attacked him on Twitter, like just tore him down, mocked him, beat him up on Twitter, bullied him and everything else. And then they step back and they say, we're the real Snyder fans. Shut up. Nobody is saying that they just wanted that. Nobody was saying that they just wanted it that way. He literally just suggested, hey, you know what? Can we just see it? And that was it. That dude Vince here with the $1.99 super chat. Thank you. Says was it Axonar ruined fan films from Star Trek?
He's not wrong. He's not wrong. Hey, I am a very easygoing person. I am not a violent person. But when I was at Dragon Con and saw that what's his name? The guy who created Axonar. The guy Alec Peters, yeah. He was standing next to me at the bar. And I took one look and I saw I was standing next to Alec Peter and my blood boiled. And I'm like, this is that son of a bitch who built Star Trek fans out of over $1 million, didn't produce and ruined fan films. And I was getting so, and I said to my wife, get me away before I do something I'm going to regret.
I'm surprised he's still getting away with that whole series now, even though they tried to shut him down. He's still using their IP. I don't know if William has any insight into this. I don't know how this guy can, pardon me?
They reached the settlement where they had to clear certain things to him. And ultimately it CBS, Paramount would decide, canon, and they would step in and they had to abide by certain ground rules, which was all CBS ever wanted to begin with. But what CBS wanted was they're trying to create their entire universe. And once things reach certain production values and things like that, if you're paying out this money for this IP, you have the right to put some ground law once they get into the type of distribution they were. It's not just me in my backyard making Star Trek. They were getting sponsors. They were getting investors.
Oh yeah, and he was paying himself. It wasn't a non-for-profit.
This was a franchise.
He was using their IP to enrich himself. And he did ruin it for other filmmakers.
He took a lot of goodwill, a lot of good Star Trek fans. Even if I don't agree with some of the old school Star Trek fans, you damn sure don't deserve to get ripped off.
He was using the Star Trek IP as seed money to start his own company. It was
his own production, his own studio. His own studio. Yep.
Yeah. And Paramount's like, well, wait a minute. So, and CBS was even, but no, that's I would have taken resolution to Snyder's arc and claymation anywhere I can get it. And seeing Dave Pena go through that, which, like I said, he's the one, him and Chris Wong, these guys had the torches in the dark when it was really dark, right?
Yeah.
So for them, they had to go through that. That kind of pissed me off. But like I said, with Zack Snyder's Justice League, that's one more thing that good people, when they come along and they're analytical, they're going to look at. All right, so this thing came out on March 18th of 2021, and not only am I going to look at Zack Snyder's Justice League numbers, which are probably good, I'm going to look at all the DC stuff that wasn't popping before March 18th, and I'm going to associate that with the value of Zack Snyder's Justice League, and those numbers are going to speak for themselves. And anything I do forward with Snyderverse type stuff is going to be on HBO Max. Not only that, we're not doing any more movies. If I'm running shows, we're doing series. Series give you more value than movies ever could. Dude, could you imagine if Game of Thrones was released in a movie or just in 10 episodes all at once, and we didn't have that water cooler conversation for nearly 2.5 months? And then from that, we go on to another series, because eventually we're not going to be able to breathe. We're going to go from House of the Dragon to House of the Wolf. We're going to go from one to the other, because eventually they're going to link us in. It's like going to be like a drip of drugs, and we're going to be there all the time.
In terms of streaming, you're not wrong. You're not.
Yeah.
They just said last week that the biggest bump HBO Max has gotten since its launch was the new Sex and the City revival.
Yeah. And that cost them nearly. Now, creative people can come back to the theaters and say, hey, let's rework a deal to where out of all these things that we're making, we make something just for you guys. Now, we're going to attach it to these IPs that are making our streaming service money, but guess what? We're going to give you this because now that you've increased and established the value of your IPs on your streaming network, you can make even more money by attaching those IPs to the theaters, the backwards, not from theater to streaming, but from streaming to theater to where, okay, so I do a Justice League or Superman movie or Batman movie, just anything, or Sex and the City movie. It's only going to be in theaters. It's only going to be in theaters, and I'm going to give it the traditional 9 months. So 9 months from now is as soon as it can hit my streaming service. But I got all that other Sex and the City stuff on my streaming service that even if you go see that movie, and I'm going to get that movie anyway, I'm going to make money off of Sex and the City no matter what. But I think they have to get to a certain point to where all the power is in the streaming service. The levers right now, the studios have the power. And that's why we end up with the stuff that we've been talking about for the last 3 or 4 years. But if the streaming services have the power, you cut out a lot of hierarchy. A lot of these guys that have jobs and that really won't exist here pretty soon. Some of these assholes are in positions that won't exist here in a couple of months. It's just that simple. You don't have to fire anybody. You just have to basically, hey, your job disappeared, or here's your severance packages, and there you go. And you just don't recreate that job. David, what's his face is not Zaslav, but the current CEO of Warner Brothers, Kilar. Kilar's job is literally just going to disappear. It's a multi-million-dollar job. It's literally going to disappear on day one. Okay, Ann Sarnoff's job doesn't make any sense to have her job around. It's redundant. Her job's going to disappear. So it's just the way things are going to happen, and I think it's good. I think because it puts power in the hands of the consumer in a way that a movie-going experience just doesn't. Because right now I have more power to influence what I want to see on streaming and with streaming trends than I do on a movie theater. Because Blade Runner, as much as I willed Blade Runner 2049 to do better in the theaters, it didn't.
Yeah,
but it's done great numbers.
And it deserved to.
Yeah,
it was a great film.
But guess what?
I actually didn't like it. I saw it in the theater and I walked out.
I thought it was good as the original. I thought it was as good if not equal to the original.
Anthony Beltray. No, I'm not going to watch Boba Fett. I'm done with Star Wars. Just done with Star Wars. Never going to watch it again. It's too woke for me, to be quite honest with you. And they've completely ruined it. There was something about the helmet from Jango Fett. I don't even know what that's all about, but I saw a picture.
Where the head didn't drop out.
You see all the complaints with the first episode. Oh, this shows. I'm just like, the first show was it was good. It was entertaining, and I'm just like, the fact that they are tearing it apart is just all about that they just can't enjoy something they're being given.
By the way, here's an update. Here's an update to a story we covered earlier in the year. The Nirvana Nevermind child pornography lawsuit was dismissed by the judge. So there you go.
That guy.
There you go. Yeah,
but not with Boba Fett. My issues with it were I need more than 30 minutes if you're going to give me that kind of story.
Yeah,
if you're going to give me the backdrop and him busting out of the Sarlacc pig, I'm okay with that. But I need more of the mafia stuff is what attracted me to it. And I thought was when he's setting the table, I just wanted more time. I mean, give me a 50-minute episode. And then
Disney Plus is notoriously short. Although I will say I was pleased with Hawkeye. Those episodes went up to I think 45 to 50 minutes a piece.
But come on. Look, that's why it's told in weekly increments. If you're getting the whole thing all at once, it's a movie.
No, that's true, Enosh, but the episodes could be longer though. They could give more in the episodes.
They can't be longer, but I'm saying like to dedicate
that's
an
what
episode.
She said.
I'm just saying, I'm just saying to dedicate an episode to him getting out, like for me, watching that first episode, it was everything that I needed the first episode of Boba Fett to be, because it answered the number one freaking question on everybody's freaking mind right out the gate. Now you don't have to spend the rest of the series asking, well, how did he get out of the Sarlacc pit?
I was okay with it. I know he got out.
Yeah. Okay, well, good for you. So did I, and everybody else was fine with it. But you know what? That was the number one freaking complaint about the whole thing. You got anything about a Sarlacc pit. Sarlacc, shut up, Sarlacc pit. Sarlacc pit. They don't even know what a Sarlacc actually looks like, okay? And they're like complaining about the freaking Sarlacc pit.
For over like 30 years, all I've heard is people saying, we got to know how he gets out of the pit. We got to know how he gets out of the pit. We got to.
Yeah.
And then they tell us, and I heard.
And, it's interesting. Patton Oswalt, I think, set up what they ended up showing in the first episode, which was also pretty much covered by a Marvel comic book. I believe it was in 1983.
I think
the original Marvel
Jose
Comics
says
run.
episode 2 is 52 minutes long.
All right,
there you go.
Yeah, that's better.
They're picking up.
No, I'm just saying, like, it, you know what I mean? For me, like, look, I was glad that's the number one thing they covered, right? My only concern about it, honestly, was until Boba Fett just blew up that dude, I was starting to think, like, so what is he, a good guy now?
Yeah.
He's just a good guy. He's a misunderstood. He's taken over a crime syndicate, but he's still a good guy. You know, like
he's done it with respect.
I know. I just don't.
My favorite was
I want him to be a criminal warlord. Okay, not just, and that doesn't mean that he has to do atrocities or whatever. But like, maybe he does. He's
put the head in the vice.
Listen,
my favorite was somebody said. Well,
listen, I got 120 of these. All right. I got 120 of these bad dudes that say that he is the coolest bad dude around. And I'm just saying, guys, don't make him a good guy. He doesn't have to be a bad guy. I get it. He's a mercenary. He's a gun for hire. But for God's sake, don't. Yes, I like the respect angle. Okay. But he's taking over Jabba the Hutt's crime.
Yeah.
Guys, he did shoot Bib Fortuna in the face too to ascend to the throne. People are forgetting that.
But my favorite is people were like, "Oh, but Boba Fett is a ruthless killer. He doesn't have like honor and like a code of honor." And it's
there's a character arc with him, though. And we saw that in The Mandalorian. We did see how his character was evolving.
I saw some of those channels, Crazy Joe. I've got one of their videos lined up right now. All the people who complain about it. Here you go.
The batter is dumped into an extruder, which poops it out into a long, thick log. We're sorry for our use of the word poop here, but it is the official term for this process. This process is also usually done in bulk, such as these 6 simultaneous poops, which are referred to as a diarrhea of jawbreakers. The next machine slices the tubes into segments. There is no funny name for this process. If you would like there to be one, please petition your local congressman.
I hate you, man.
That was
quite
arousing.
Jawbreaker candy? Is that what that was?
I don't want to know. I don't want to know.
Or chicken McNuggets.
But seriously though, the people that were like, "This is what Boba Fett is," it's like, "Oh, you got that from his 4 lines of dialogue, huh?" Okay.
Yeah, like I said, I was okay with the first episode. I just wanted more mob stuff, and that's fine. I mean, when I said what I said in our chat, somebody was like, "I can't believe you said." I'm like, "No, I liked it. I just wanted a little bit more of a balanced story with the setup in the mob." You know, I mean, that's why I'm intrigued about this.
Oh, did I do that? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to open that. Did you open that, Enosh?
Yeah, no, I opened it. I opened
okay,
it.
that's my. That's my.
And I realized I never brought it up.
Well, no, but I didn't. That's my desktop. That's where I had the window up when we were looking at Grace Randolph's tweets. Although I do have a funny thing I could share really quickly that I twittered to you.
Uh-oh.
Let's see if it opens up.
Trying to get Enosh Canton.
I know. It's going to be some weird Grace.
All right.
Oh, here we go. No, it's not. Here we go. There we go.
Oh yeah, I've seen that. Yeah.
The villain, Mr. Fisher, defeated.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Okay,
his only weakness being punched right in the a-hole.
Like, and what is all that coming out of there? That's what I'm like. Maybe I don't want to know.
No.
I swear to God, it's the weirdest panel I've ever seen. Like, that's an old panel, and
that's actually the Sandman he's fighting.
Just out of curiosity, do you guys think Grace Randolph talks like she does on YouTube?
Oh, absolutely.
In reality,
I would be worried. I would be fearful for her boyfriend because I think that's how she would talk during sex.
I don't think she's
her doing interviews. She's normal doing interviews. She has her gimmick, and that gimmick.
Still 90 people here, by the way. Thank you. Almost 4 hours later, still 90 people here. You guys are awesome. Please hit that like button. Thank you, guys. Yeah.
She has a heavy New York accent. That's about it. But she doesn't speak in high pitches like that. I've seen her on other things, and I'm like, is this the same woman? Hey, dude, it works, man.
Hey, you know, I mean, if it works, I will say this. Okay, so this I think is something that I have to. I feel like I got to do a whole video on this, and maybe I'll just do this another video. But I'm curious. Have you guys seen what DC Comics just did to Superman?
Oh yeah, I sent you that panel. Well, that was actually from last March.
That was last March.
That was last March, and it's taken this long for it to suddenly filter through. The YouTube community. Yeah,
I did not.
I know
see that.
Yeah,
We're talking about issue 5.
No, it was the Superman Red and Blue series. Are you talking about the when he was in the prison camp, Enosh?
Yep.
Yeah. That's been around for a while. That's why when I texted that panel to you last week, I'm just like, it's
I
like
didn't
DC has
understand what it was. Honestly, I didn't understand what it was.
DC's
looking
got
at
a
it.
death wish. Yeah,
I didn't understand what it was, and then I saw a whole story on it, and
that's how I discovered it.
And I was like, do you know what he's talking about, William?
No, I have the entire series, but I haven't gotten to Superman. I'm on Wonder Woman Yellow and Gold right now, and I was
Superman was prison raped while he was being held captive in a DC title.
Did he do
legitimately? They didn't say he was, but it's very, very clear what the writers
They show him bent over and screaming out in pain while he's there naked.
I'll say this. I'm only okay with it if the next panel is him doing the Norm Macdonald thing from Dirty Work and telling the guys, you guys have a lot of growing up to do. I'll tell you that. That was ridiculous.
I have not read.
I got the panel here where I just opened it up on the. I mean, without being able to read it all, there it is. There, if you want to share it quickly, Enosh.
Oh yeah. This is. I'm gonna have to do. I feel like I
was waiting to read that one.
It does deserve its own show.
I feel like I got to do a video on this because this to me is like, why would DC allow this?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I know.
Is he being?
Yep.
Is it so sodomy? But is it by
he basically talks about in it how how he's been assaulted while having to look at the dictator in his eyes.
Okay.
Yeah. Look at the chat. What the? Yep, that's how we all. And you can find other YouTube videos on it. Yeah.
This is an actual DC comic.
Yep.
It's Black Label though.
Oh, was it?
I don't care. I don't care what freaking label it is.
Yeah.
You allow Superman
to be prison raped or sodomized.
How do you butt rape Superman? Like, would you need
they took away his power. They used kryptonite. They used kryptonite to depower him, and so both him and Batman are being held captive. And it's an old story.
Nikolai Kozlov is the character's name.
Yeah, it's actually an old story from like the 50s or the 60s. Superman Red and Superman Blue, where they get captured, but they didn't get into this kind of crazy, weird detail in that book. But now this is supposed to be a backstory to like show like what happened to them, and the only way they got out was because Superman and first of all, it's stupid because you're going to show us some reality like that where Superman has that happen to him, but they don't take off Batman's costume to reveal who he is. They strip Superman down naked and do things like that to him, but Superman's still in his costume, and the way they escape is with Superman and Batman in the same prison. They switch costumes, so they don't realize that Superman is in Batman's costume because they never take the cowl off of Batman, and so they keep subjecting who they think is Superman to the kryptonite while Superman's actually recuperating as Batman, and then he gets out of there, and then they get away. What the literal? I'm sorry, that makes me want to swear because you know what? Like, why?
This is a story that we didn't need the backstory, number one, and it really does show. I think the creatives at DC Comics literally hate Superman that they would go and say, oh yeah, this is an okay story. Let's tell this. Why would you do that? Why would you demean your flagship character in this way, along with other ways that they're just completely, I think, violating the mythology, the legacy of Superman.
You said
no.
I didn't mean it that way. Yeah.
I haven't read Red and Blue yet. Haven't read Red and Blue. One of the reasons is why I had to reorder it. It's sold out, and I have people that love the title. Do not connect what I just said to me approving
Red and Blue, or maybe it should be Black and Blue.
But
I'm just saying, if we live in a world where people want to see Superman have that happen to him, then you know what? You can keep that world. You can keep that. I want nothing to do with that.
And they know that.
If you want me as a lifelong Superman fan and DC Comics fan to walk away from everything that you're doing, keep that up.
I don't
because I will.
Someone in the chat asked, "Did James Gunn write that?" It sounds like something that would come from the beautiful mind of James Gunn.
Actually, I know you guys are going to kill me for this, but didn't Zack Snyder say he wanted Batman to get raped in prison?
Did he?
Before this was before he was
Hi, baby
doing.
girl.
Oh Jesus!
This is back like when he was doing Watchmen. He said something like, "If I were put in charge of Batman, I'd have him get raped in prison."
What was his reasoning for? Did he give reasoning for that type of statement, or he was just trying to be edgy?
Because that's what happens in prison. Hey, listen, I'm just saying that's the reason, the rationale. But like I said,
look, I don't want to see that from anybody. Look, I don't need to see my superheroes have that happen to them.
But other people are different. Like I said, I am with you guys. But and I don't
then there's an issue
with DC Black Label.
Yeah, I don't mind. Once when I was 7 years old, I sat on a banana, and of course that changed my life.
DC Black Label, I don't recommend any of the Black Label titles, versions of the character to people who are traditional Superman and Batman and Catwoman and everything else fans. There are things that go on in the Black Label, or in Wonder Woman too.
Don't try to steal anybody's bicycle on Black Label.
A new program has been initiated to rehabilitate human beings who like to steal. Observe as the human being looks out to see who's watching as he prepares to steal the bike. He makes his move. Bam! Instantly, he has been rehabilitated.
Ouch.
Oh,
isn't it interesting, though, how DC went apeshit when Zack Snyder released that photograph of Batman on the rooftop going down on Catwoman, but they authorized that comic book with Superman getting raped at a prison camp. Interesting, interesting dichotomy there. What was acceptable is Superman's fate, but Zack's satire picture they just had to remove from everywhere because
something that's consensual,
right?
And between two consenting adults on a rooftop.
Weren't they doing that on a that was going to be on a cartoon or a TV show?
No, it was just Zack being funny. I mean, it was a parody picture.
Well, no, but there was
Harley Quinn. Yeah, it was.
Yeah,
that's true. Yeah, okay, yeah.
There are things that you can do.
Yes.
I'm ignoring that. I'm ignoring that. There are things, and it's always been this way, that you can do in comics on the paper that, especially lately, that you just can't do on something that's general audience, because there are certain comics that you couldn't even get. Like when I was a kid, you couldn't get the Dark Knight Returns at places where you could get regular Superman titles or Batman titles. You had to get that from behind, and it's always been that way. And it's always been up to us, the retailers, to make sure that certain storylines, if they are explicit, don't end up in the hands. Like if you come in as a 14-year-old, if your dad brings you in and you're 12 and 14-year-olds and say, my son wants to get into Batman, I know exactly where to go and I know where to not to go. If I get a 30-year-old man who's been out of comics, is coming back into comics, and he tells me from the conversation I can glean what he wants, I usually give him Black Label. I usually give Black Label because a lot of the people that are in the Black Label, the traditional stories, that is why they got out of comics. Everybody's different, though. For every one of those, I have an Enosh, or I have you see what I mean?
Yeah.
But there are people that come through the door that have different needs when it comes, and I'm not on board with every need that comes in, because there's some of the stuff that goes on, and some of these comics is like, what the hell? But it's got an audience. It's got an audience that grew out of the current interpretations of certain characters on paper. And in order to keep them in, you have to evolve with them. Do I agree with everything that goes on? Hell no.
Hey guys, it's almost 4:30 in the morning, so I'm going to take off.
Yeah. I think on that note, I
want to see that issue of Batman Fancy Feast Black Label as Alejandro Ricardes shares.
Geez, I got to look this comic up because it's on my shelf now. Now I'm going to go in tomorrow and probably be horrified.
Yeah, Warner Brothers did make Zack take that picture down, and they came after him and they made everybody take it down. Cupcakes and chloroform.
Me too, Paul. I will answer that call any day, anytime. Sometimes I don't even need to be called. Don't have to ring. No, I'm not. I was going to say you don't have to ring the dinner bell for me. Oh, it's 4:30 in the morning, folks. Ah, all right.
Wrestle Kingdom's just getting good now.
Yep.
Events coming up.
Yep.
Let me look up.
I myself got to get up early for something. Enosh,
I got to go too. So we've been here for 4 hours. I think we had a really good discussion though about this tonight. Really great, everybody. Thank you to everyone who tuned in. Man, on your way out, please hit that like button if you haven't done so. If you have not subscribed to the channel, please subscribe to the channel. We'd love to have you around more often. And you know what? We're just glad to have you guys here. If you guys are interested in something like this, I would say please join our Discord. Our Discord is a lot of fun. There's a lot of people doing a lot of fun stuff over there. We got channels just about for everyone. I mean, every kind of nerd thing you can possibly imagine, from DC, Marvel, comics in general, memes, Star Wars, Star Trek. There's just everything over there. So go follow that. Go have some fun with that. Go follow my buddy Jerry over here. Jerry, tell him where you're at, buddy.
Hey, you can find me on YouTube at Nightstar Productions, where you can see content from my other channel, Chicago Corner, and I also share guest panel streams that I've been on at Nightstar Productions also. So come on over, like and subscribe, and I love hanging out here at Poindexter Lounge though, so you see me more around here.
Heck yeah, we love Jerry, and of course William is at
in Vegas. Just come to Vegas and wander the streets.
He'll find you.
He'll find you. He'll find you. He knows where you're at. You know, if the guy is smart enough, William would probably just find you if he knows that you're looking for him.
Just put up a smoke signal. If it's the right one, I'll be there.
Or you can visit him at the Sci-Fi Center.
That too.
The Sci-Fi Center, yeah. So, so guys, check all those guys out. Thank you guys for being here tonight. Thank you guys for always showing up to the lounge. Thank you to everyone who supports the channel. Really appreciate all of you guys. And hey, what's up, Crazy Nut Zoo? You know what? My day's going good so far. My day's ready to end because I'm about ready to go to bed for like an hour or two and then get up and take my son to school. So there you go. But thank you guys. Thank you guys for showing up. Thank you to everyone watching. That's the most important thing. Also, don't forget everyone who gives super chats. Where is it? Oh yeah, I'm giving these away. This is this week's giveaway. Is these 3 Star Wars books right here: Heir to the Empire, Dark Force Rising, and The Last Command. It's a little something. We just like to do something every week and try to give back a little bit to those people who are either a member of the channel, a patron, or support the channel with super chat or something like that. So, so there you go. So thank you guys so much. A lot remains to be seen of what will happen in the DC universe. I will just say this: scoopers take guesses. They take guesses. They hear from people, even if they hear from somebody actually within what they think is the thing. Guess what? They're still taking a chance. They're still taking a risk that somebody is telling them the truth. And here's the point: don't get your panties in a bunch about it. Don't put your full trust in those people. If they say what you want to hear, don't trust it fully. If they say what you don't want to hear, don't trust it fully. The reality is sometimes you just got to stay and wait. It is patience. Don't give up everything that you love or that you would like to see just because some
clout chaser.
Yeah, just because somebody says something.
Some raccoon-eyed clout chaser.
I'm glad. I'm sorry. I'm glad that you're well, Crazy Nutsu. It's been a long night. We've been on for 4 hours, so I apologize if I came across. I didn't mean to come across.
You got 80 people watching up to this point. That's great.
Yeah, I mean, to still have 80 people watching, it's just awesome. So I apologize if I came across as dismissive. I wasn't being dismissive. I'm doing good. I just gotta. We're all we've all talked out, but we're glad to have you here. But yeah, don't look, like I always say, don't let anybody tell you that your fandom doesn't matter, and don't tell anybody that their fandom doesn't matter. But seek to have good conversations. You know what? Time will tell whether or not something is a true scoop or not, or whatever. Regardless, here's the thing. At the end of the day,
you do you, boo, right?
I hope that Zack Snyder's thing happens. I hope that we get to see it because
like it's a massive thing, and so I want to see his thing.
Absolutely, 100%. So
there
you go.
My friend Richard Hatch, who used to star in Battlestar Galactica, who passed several years ago, always closed every conversation with "Keep the faith."
There you go. There you go. Nothing better than that, right? So just do that. All right. Keep the faith, and don't let anybody talk you out of what you love, because life is too short to go around just letting people steal your joy.
That's for damn sure.
My grandma used to say, you can't steal my joy. You didn't give it to me. You can't take it away. So there you go. Till next time, guys, stay well, stay good to each other, treat each other with kindness. And remember, if you do that and you treat everybody with respect, there'll always be a place for you here in the Poindexter Lounge. Till next time, bye-bye.